A nice cold drink, you know.
Yeah.
Angry opponents. Yeah, it's all good.
While playing World of Warcraft.
Oh, dude, man, heaven. I played more EVE Online growing up. That was my thing.
Turtle WoW is free, and you could play for free. It's really good.
I should probably. The only thing I played like a little bit of World of Warcraft when I was younger, but I never just got into it. I played a bit of StarCraft too, though.
I love World of Warcraft. I only recently got into it. I never played it as a kid, but I recently got into it, and I've been enjoying it a lot.
This is one of the best. That's why like everyone's like essentially copied WoW for a long time.
Yeah, I even tried to play other MMOs, and I just don't really find them that fun. I just really like World of Warcraft.
Yeah. I like EVE Online because it's kind of a sandbox. It's also technically a tab-targeted MMO, so not necessarily as gameplay as satisfying as some newer MMOs coming out. Yeah. But I had like a whole like the economy system is pretty cool. Like most things in the game are player-made. There's also Albion Online, which is also kind of similar
EVE Online,
concept.
I hear such
like,
cool stories from that game.
It's like cool stories. Like it's fun to talk about. It's not as that fun to play. I mean, to be honest, but you get some pretty fun scenarios. Maybe we should start a guild, or a corporation. That'd be fun.
Hell yeah!
Maybe like one day, one summer or something.
Space Ancap, basically.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I guess, sort of a joke. I don't say it's a joke. It's like semi-critique. It's supposed to be a dystopian, but you can claim it's ethical. I mean, I think it's pretty fun. But technically, Space Police. That's Concord. I forgot how that works. I've never read into EVE Online lore that deep. I just know Amar is the Christian faction. Technically, what's the green one's called? Galente is kind of like America-ish, freedom and stuff. Caldari is Japanese Weebu Ancap company. Essentially, their whole structure is literally a corporation. That's also a form of feudalism.
And I'm AFK for a sec.
Oh, sure.
I still hear you.
Okay. And then the Minmatar are essentially a race that used to be slaves. They got free, and they're kind of really scrappy. But yeah, the game didn't really have many engaging quests or ways to actually ingest the lore. So yeah, I never really did that. But it's a fun game though. I think they're doing some new things with EVE. They're making an FPS game that's an extraction shooter, which maybe I'll come back into. But after playing Escape from Tarkov and its huge cheater problem, I've been kind of hesitant to play more extraction shooters in the multiplayer gaming because I'm just dang, probably cheater. I would never know. Nihilistic doubt.
I used to love Call of Duty, and I kind of stopped playing Call of Duty because of skill-based matchmaking. I was doing so good, and then they put me in the most hardest fucking matches ever, and then yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you know that actually most games that even have casual matchmaking, they actually secretly have ranked inside of it. They actually do track your rank still. It might be a bit more soft when they're making lobbies, but they do still do skill based, which is wild. I mean, I guess people enjoy it enough. Sometimes it's really just a mental thing because people take rank less seriously. Yeah, I mean, rank sometimes be annoying. I like casual lobbies. I like the old. I'm not even that old, but kind of Unreal Tournament. I played some
Quake.
Unreal Tournament 20. Yeah, Quake. It was pretty fun. I played a lot of indie game spin-offs or inspirations from Quake a bit, and it's fun to get good at. Though I'm not
into sports
great,
and enjoy.
Eventually, when you get to a flow, it's still pretty fun.
I love World of Warcraft. Love it a lot.
Yeah.
I've been playing the crap out of it recently. I saw some other guy playing it. His name is Jimmy, and I thought his video was really good. So I was like, you know what? Let me try out World of Warcraft. So I tried it out, and then I really liked it. And then I've just been playing it ever since.
What do you need?
Yeah. Just really fun.
I wonder how. I think Blizzard's in a better place than they used to be, or I think they've gotten worse. I mean, they're kind of going back and forth.
That's why I'm playing Overwatch.
That's a private server, right?
Freedom of association and physical removal.
I really cracked down. I was pissed off. I was in a World of Warcraft play. I'm like, dude, well, people have the private servers, man. Want to have
Privacies
fun.
are great. Physical
Yeah.
freedom of association. I support freedom of. Somebody asked me in my chat opinion on freedom of association and physical removal. I support freedom of association and physical removal. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, I think you're referring to like Hans-Hermann Hoppe. He mentioned like you should try to physically remove like bad actors from your community if you can. That people kind of meme with like throwing people out of helicopters. For example, if there's a communist on your land, you know, you must physically remove them. And the joke is, I could be remembering. I wasn't really into that joke that much. But like, you would take on the helicopter and you would drop them off somewhere. You know, it'll be falling, probably die. That's like the joke. But
Yeah.
he's essentially for because he's for covenant communities. He's
Yeah.
he's a I don't know. His some of his points I feel don't like his arguments for like because he's for kind of borders ish. Not really. I mean, like his what's it called? I think they call it a keyhole solution. Is like he believes in open borders, but you would have to get permission from like your neighbors, which I forgot to even like strongly define what a neighbor is. How close is that? If you get permission from all of them, like, hey, I want to get an immigrant to work on my factory or on my land. You guys all have consent, right? And then you can have them work on your land. I think it's weird. You have to ask someone else for permission. But he's doing it more so through the guide of this is like a keyhole solution to eventually get this to happen.
I think what he's so as I've read Hoppe pretty extensively on immigration, but his argument is basically so the idea that like if you have like if you want to bring someone into the country, but given the allegedly high taxpayer cost immigrants impose and so on, and other such considerations, you basically have to agree to like. Either you're gonna cover the cost, so I'll keep them here as a guest or an employee or what have you, and I'm gonna cover whatever cost to society so they don't like overly consume our like resources, or they have to agree to be able to do it. That's basically his idea, and it's meant to kind of like limit the injustices he believes that will be caused by open borders. He argues basically like a few open borders are going to have because of anti-discrimination laws,
Hoppe's
forced
border stance
immigration,
is just
and he thinks,
consequentialism.
obviously, of course, he's ignoring the fact that immigration restrictions are forced segregation. So,
I just got a
government, so, I mean,
comment. Hoppe's border stance is just consequentialism. That's not
Yes.
not me. That's what the chat said.
that's Hoppe. Hoppe's views are very. He does try to make a principled argument about how, like, basically, like, you know, even public property is still like owned by its original owners, and therefore, if they're like, you know, you have to kind of try to figure out what they actually like would want. And they would. He thinks they supposedly would like want a lot of people excluded, but like some people could potentially be like included. Like people like highly qualified people who can be covered by cost. It's basically a lot of really. Walter Block has absolutely crushed him on it, and just absolutely ripped up his stance. But Hoppe does go over it in Democracy, the God That Fails, along with several other essays. You can just look up Hans-Hermann Hoppe immigration. You can find his views. You can find the rebuttals of Block and various other people who have pointed out, hey, your views are kind of inconsistent. And that's.
I like Liquid Zulu's video on. I like Liquid Zulu's YouTube video on open borders. Pretty good.
I gotta watch that at some point. I would.
Liquid Zulu makes really good YouTube videos, man.
I've seen some of them.
There's another guy who makes really good YouTube videos too. His name is KingSithis. Oh, his videos are so great.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what?
That's self-promotion, shameless self-plug. So yeah.
And he
like,
totally
yeah,
crushed this Christian
Hey, this guy,
nationalist in a
that was pretty
debate
cool.
not too long ago.
Liquid Zulu. He responded to Mentis Wave on immigration. I haven't seen his like general video on it.
Excuse me. I think I got a
Yeah,
cold,
yeah.
guys. Fuck.
Whenever you talk about like Mentis Wave, like in the same breath as Zulu, this happens.
So Mentis Wave made a video basically on immigration. He tried to like basically kind of address the arguments for and against open borders, and he made a rebuttal to like the typical libertarian position. It was even more consequentialist than Hoppe was. He had a bunch of really weak excuses to try to pretend it wasn't consequentialist, and Liquid Zulu made a counter response to him. I haven't finished it entirely, but it's pretty long. and I believe he was going to go ask after other people as well. But yes, I mean, because because it might just address the argument that people crossing because the state borders are illegitimate. Crossing the border isn't like a violation of the NAP, and like he argued that if you're going to come here, you're going to vote for socialist policies. And you're planning on doing that when you walk in. You're therefore committing a violation of the NAP. And the problem with that is that immigrants, especially legal ones, aren't allowed to vote. They have to become citizens, and they're not by no means guaranteed that. And we could also have it's just not. Of course, if their descendants are born here, then they could theoretically vote in certain ways. And also, what about the presumption of innocence? I think Zulu pointed that out. You have to presume people are innocent, not just assume. Oh yeah, these people are walking over here, and we're gonna think that they're basically voting certain ways. It's basically just pure nonsense. It's a weak argument. That's an attempt to justify committing aggression against people who aren't, committing aggression against you. And yeah,
they try to portray Hoppa as he's for even closed borders because that was just a partial solution. I think he has said multiple times he is for open borders, but a lot of because a lot of more newer people getting into the movement, I'm gonna say a lot of Christians especially, but conservatives in general, and they latch to Hoppa as well, this will be some kind of order kind of thing. That's why I also covenant, the idea of covenant communities and stuff.
Hoppa doesn't want there to be state borders at all. He wants there to be to privatize everything. But he says while it exists, it's better to have restricted immigration than open immigration. That's his position.
Do you think they skim over it a lot? I mean, a lot of newer Hoppa fans, they just kind of oh yeah, only these borders, they're fine actually. Maybe just me. I'm just a hater.
And there are people who definitely want to try to justify immigration restrictions, even though they're completely anti-libertarian.
Or some of the current Hoppa fans, or at least people who bring up his points, they don't actually say that the end goal is open borders. They always say we just need this kind of thing. They never say yes, that's the end goal. At least
Hoppa would say the goal is to have basically private property societies where they would have borders and there'd be no right to free immigration. Of course, there'd be the whole Lockean proviso, which would to an extent at least give a level of free immigration, because you can't use your properties encircle places or cut people off from areas you don't own. So that would essentially they'd have to make sure they're able to still get through. And that would still mean there'd be a level of a right to free migration. Just not necessarily they can't just go on your private property necessarily, but there has to be some kind of way to get through so you can go to places that you don't own, if that sort of makes sense. That would that's actually something Block pointed out. So yeah, there still would be a level of a right to free travel even under a privatized society, but Hoppa does not want that to happen. But the ultimate goal is for Hoppa just to get rid of state borders, but while they exist, it should be restricted. Is his clue.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Oh, I agree.
Holy cow! Somebody in my game who I'm playing Turtle WoW, right? And somebody's username is Sithis is noob.
Oh shit! It's one of your fans or haters. This is a kind of fan. A fan for the wrong reason.
What? That's crazy. Sithis is noob. Someone just added me as a friend. That's crazy. Anyways, continue.
I'm trying to think of some other points to make.
Yeah.
I think we mostly covered it. We covered the whole immigration issue. Alright guys, we solved the border issue.
Oh, he just made
what do you think of Brian Kaplan? Hey William, what do you think of Brian Kaplan and his ideas about he's also open borders, but he's for a different kind of keyhole solutions.
I
know a little bit about Brian Kaplan. I know he wrote a book defending open borders. I know he's he and Michael Huemer kind of have a level of like working together on that issue. And I've heard that supposedly he used Huemer's. I think it was actually addressed by what's it called, Mendes Wave. He quoted Huemer's in his book. He mentioned Huemer's analogy of like what was the case, the parable of starving Marvin. Like as like a criticism of immigration restrictions. I've been using that criticism, that argument for a while. When I debate
This guy is still on that grind.
Restrictions, I use the starving Marvin case to criticize what ICE is doing, and yeah, it's not given the amount of form of aggression imposed. It's not a mild form of aggression. It's like very, very serious stuff.
Did you guys see that one debate between what was his name? What's that one comedian? Dave Smith and the other guy on the Soho forum? That shit was brutal. I felt like Dave Smith.
Oh shit! Which one?
lost.
Was it about Israel? I mean, I know it's
it was about
Big debater.
It was about what you call it, immigration. And Dave Smith is very anti-immigration.
Yeah.
And they had a debate about it.
Master debater.
Yeah, master debater.
He's good.
But yeah, he lost. But he lost. I think he lost.
He put it. He's an interesting guy. He's kind of smart. He's more conservative than anything. He's almost like Mentis Wave, I feel. But like some of his other debates with other people about like Israel, some other topics with terrorism, he's okay at. The issue is he never goes from like the hard ethics perspective, or like even a good like research consequentialist. I mean, like, oh, the empiricism of like immigration is net good, so it goes against a lot of what he says. So, oh, he's strange. He also, people like to argue he might have sabotaged, I mean, in a way, the libertarian election, in part because he said he was going to run and then he pulled out like kind of last minute. And some people like to claim that might have been partially intentional to like scare off like other high quality candidates, because he's really a popular figure in the libertarian sphere, so you wouldn't want to compete, so that might have like scared away people. That's more of a conspiracy. But he's also very close with Mises Caucus, which also been increasingly more conservative leaning. Like they're like, it's kind of weird how they've become increasingly like closed borders, like government borders, and also they are against abortion, which is, I guess, is fine. But technically, they try to change the Libertarian Party more like, neutral in the situation, which I think is fine. I think for a party, like maybe that should be a state by state issue. Therefore, we can get more freedom. But yeah, that's like the one thing I had a partial issue with. Who is the Libertarian candidate in like America that lost? Chase Oliver. He went into a couple weird things. One of which, I mean, no, this is not to say weird, but he went into like essentially, because we got rid of Roe v. Wade, so technically each state could do it. He wanted to bring back the Roe v. Wade, more or less, saying how like federally it's allowed everywhere. Which I think is kind of like not good from like the perspective like state choice. But I guess if some people saw it more, because people see it as like pro-choice is like, you know, that's freedom. There's a lot of like libertarians I feel that believe it, like maybe like Reason TV, like more lefting leaning ones. Even some conservative ones.
I think libertarians who are anti-abortion for the fact that it kills people.
Any ideas on how to push for less gun control in Europe?
What you call it are consistent, but I think the ultimate goal should be evictionism, if that makes sense. I got a question from chat.
I think it's the best solution that both sides typically don't like, at least the strongest people on both sides don't like.
I think it's the most consistent with like libertarian ethics, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's still like doesn't allow full bodily rights necessarily to the women. I mean, it does, but just not as like, oh, you can just go to a clinic. You have to put some effort and stuff. So it's not great there. And of course, the pro-life people, like, you have, they believe in positive rights where you have the right to care for the child. I think the Christian nationalists brought it last. Mm-hmm. But I think it's the most consistent standpoint.
Any ideas on how to push for less gun control in Europe? And what server? Oh, this is Turtle WoW. I don't know how to get less gun control. I'm pretty sure you guys have full gun control in Europe, right? It's like every country has like.
Just nuke
I
it.
might be wrong.
So, from my knowledge, it's just France is part of the EU, right?
I
I
don't
think
know.
so. I think it is, but like there's some states like France. I know you're allowed to have guns. Maybe you need a license, but you can only have them in your house or hunting, of course.
I meant France.
How would they? What's a good like a legal argument? I guess like argue like certain weapons and start upping it up. It seems weird to ask for registration up front. Like, hey, let's have guns and we'll have them registered. It's like a reverse boiling frog. I don't know if there's been any success. I'm trying to think of other countries that have done it without like revolution and just a new government. Like, oh, we don't care. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm trying to think what other countries didn't have it.
Gotta do what you can to convince people that guns are good. And
yeah.
And then hopefully that'll improve the situation.
I guess maybe arguing through a charter sort of perspective, like a trickle-down kind of thing, where it's like, well, we should have private security. And, of course, private security should have probably some weapons to stop criminals who have guns illegally, because criminals don't care about laws. And then maybe after, like, private organizations have it, you can start arguing for either private licenses. Like, oh, I live in the middle of nowhere, like on my farm in Europe. I should have the right to have a gun just like a private security, because they're too far away to help me anyway.
Yeah,
and
like,
maybe,
do you want the government to be the only one with guns, you know?
Yeah, the monopoly. So maybe it's, that could be the whole thing. If you try to argue for like more decentralized policing or people that are in places or positions where they can't get guns, they should have a way to get them. Any protection, I mean, then they should be able to get guns. So, like, if you're far away from police help, you're paying taxes for police, but you don't have any police protection. I think you should be able to ask for at least some form of like defense.
Why should I pay more for the lazy poor? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I you know.
Maybe also another thing that's always confused me. There's a lot of places where they ban guns. They also ban bulletproof armor. I know in New York that's banned. I don't know about other like places in the world, but
that stops people from shooting you.
yeah, it seems counterproductive.
Yeah,
so bro. For that. Bulletproof vests in the least.
Dude, like fuck, man. So I can't shoot somebody if they try to shoot me. I can't stop them from trying to shoot me. So I just gotta put my hands up and hey, go ahead, dude.
If you get a bulletproof vest, then the police can't shoot you, or the military, or the draft officer. Yeah, it seems
Where
weird.
I'm from, they even
I think
tried
that's another
tying
thing
rubber
is like
guns
maybe
to
some
licenses.
like gun protection stuff. At least that's what
player.
mitigates some issues, and then you can start making more precedent of like there's safe to do. But I mean, in reality, I think it's the fact that it's just rights and stuff. It's 3D printing. I guess maybe also the fact that maybe it shouldn't be. I hear people say it was drugs. Oh, sorry.
Where I'm from, they even tried rubber guns to license. They're even tying rubber guns to license. What's next? What's next? You gotta put some freaking. I gotta get a license to put some freaking toast in my freaking toaster? What's next?
Yeah.
God, what are we in what are we in motherfucking communist China? Come on.
It's a communist country. Yeah, honestly.
Come on, man. I can't even have a BB gun?
Yeah, I guess I think argues for hunting purposes is one, but there's also, I mean, typically in America, around the world, there's actually technically non-lethal. I don't even think they call them non-lethal. They're less lethal rounds, so you can put in a gun where they're not necessarily meant to kill. They're like essentially just rubber rounds. It can kill, probably. It's just less lethal. So maybe civilians could own that. Maybe that could be another arguing point.
Like beanbag.
But I feel a lot of lawmakers in those countries would still say, but you could find the regular ammunition and put it in there.
Beanbag?
So yeah.
What's that? Like, he said like a beanbag?
No. Like, so you can, like, for example, you can have a 9mm gun, and I didn't find it. There's a name for it. No one really uses it because it's not as if. So if you're in a self-defense situation, it's not. It's just like essentially, what's it called? It's like a rubber bullet, but not really.
This guy wants to shoot beans out of 9mm SMH.
You want to shoot
beanbag rounds for shotguns.
Beanbag rounds for shotguns. That's what he said.
Gotta find it now. I think it's a plastic bullet.
Ones.
It can actually shoot. Is a thing. like they're polymer tipped. So instead of a copper, it's a rubber, and it's like
those
there's
weapons
be a
are
term
called
for it.
beanbags.
It's called
They're
less
for
lethal
shotguns,
ammo.
and they're like non-lethal.
What's the actual term for it? They were called less lethal. It's essentially plastic tipped ammo.
I think we need to return to the old ways of swords and shields, you know?
But the thing is, they're still lethal. Is the weird part about it. So, like some people say, with self-defense, well, why didn't you use these like this thing? Or people, I guess, argument for it is hypothetically, you could say, "Hey, my gun had less lethal ammo. I didn't mean to kill the person in a self-defense situation. I just wanted to stop the threat." But since they're not as effective, potentially at stopping a threat, that could be an issue. Then some people have like said, "Oh, what if you have like the first couple of bullets in the clip for less lethal ammo than lethal ammo?" Then you can say, "Well, I started and they didn't stop and I had to keep on shooting." But they're not very popular. But I guess some people say some like weird legal game theory where you can say, because the thing is, you're in the courts being tried for like self-defense, you did like whatever you used incorrectly. You could say, "Hey, I bought less lethal ammo because my intent is not necessarily to kill."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no one uses them.
Just to take them out.
Called polymer tip.
They also got tasers.
Yeah, I was like, why didn't you wrestle them? But
yo, my biggest post on my TikTok that has about like, I don't know, it's almost like, I don't even know how many views it's got, but it's got thousands of views.
His tip in self-defense.
And I basically made the argument that I don't care if the guy was resisting arrest. I don't think it was okay for the officer to punch him in the face. And there was this because there was this guy who was sitting in a car and he got punched in the face by the cop. And everybody was like in my comments like, "He deserved it! Ah, yeah, he needed it! Yes, he deserved it!" And I'm just like, oh my fucking god, bro. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, people are just not like morally consistent. So again, it's like an emotional thing. Like you could argue technically they would argue and feel like the layperson should be able to punish said nail doers excessively, which I think is a contradiction. Maybe I'm like using the word wrong. Like when people say justice, it means it should be just. So a just punishment should be proportional to the crime. Therefore, saying using disproportional force is justified, I feel is a contradiction. I haven't really thought about this argument like too in deep, but I feel like a lot of people like arguing for like this police brutality being okay or some of it extra, or even like when they're like attacking other people is like not correct. At least when it comes to justice.
I feel like that officer
you should be able to solve disagreements
in
Magora.
A lot of times they do. I feel.
Magora? What's that? Oh, somebody said that in my chat. They said, I think you should be able to solve disagreements in Magora. Is that a World of Warcraft reference? My god, I'm a noob.
Man, that's why the guy made the user.
To the death on Horde.
Oh, got you. Yeah, yeah, that's a World of Warcraft reference. Okay. I'm a fool. Ugh. We need to legalize all guns, drugs, and prostitution.
This guy.
What was the question?
I said we need to legalize all guns, drugs, and prostitution ASAP.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in the previous live stream. Technically, prostitution is not federally illegal. Technically.
There's a federal law saying that...
Remember the one time, you were there when we were debating the one guy, and then he was like, "Oh, if I'm driving my car...
I know what kind of man you are, LOL.
If I'm driving my car and an indigenous person runs and breaks his neck, that I'm responsible for it because I caused him mental harm or whatever." Remember that? Or were you there for that or no?
I don't think I was.
Oh, okay. That was funny.
I definitely wasn't. I saw the clip afterwards, but I wasn't watching the debate.
Yeah, that guy was kind of crazy.
But yes, to be in regards to the law you were mentioning, the law says basically you can't take people from one state to another to commit prostitution or any other, I think it's sexual act in violation of the law. Like, clearing up the exact details of that. But yeah, Humor actually mentions that in his book, and I've seen it elsewhere. The Problem Political Authority. But yeah, and it's punishable by up to 20 years in prison. So this, but it isn't like Nevada having the rule that it's legal is not against federal law. Though I believe I've heard that they can't take people from the people. They can't like pay or encourage or any way to like get people to go from even from a state where it's illegal to Nevada where it is illegal. I don't know how or why that works, but that's how it currently is.
Do you think taxation? Nico, do you think taxation is not theft?
I mean, I was just coming here to listen, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Yeah, taxation is necessary theft. It is theft, but it should be done. This theft should be done.
It's necessary. The ends justify the means. Is that what you're saying?
In the ends don't always justify the means, but the ends can justify the means. In typical civilized states like Australia, the United States, New Zealand, or the United Kingdom 4 years ago, those ends do justify the means, but those ends don't justify the means. I mean, in like fucking like Belarus.
Sorry, William. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. Were you gonna say something?
That was all I had to say.
Do you think Ancaps should pursue a more
I already finished
pragmatic
what I was
solution?
going to say earlier.
Do you? Okay, I got a question from chat. Do you guys think Ancap should pursue a more pragmatic solution?
I think every single Ancap on the planet should form a single property buying, like self-aligning corporation, and then figure out what country will let them buy the most amount of land for the least amount of money. And then, much like the colony of South Australia or the polity of fucking Little Brazil, just fucking full send an attempt at a state in their own
For
image.
me, it depends on what you mean by pragmatic approach. You know what I mean? A lot of people, they say being pragmatic is trying to go into government and reduce it there. Some people say pragmatic is voting for, a certain candidate. So I don't know.
Populism seems to be
Depends
the
on what you
trend
mean.
as it is. Populism seems to be the trend as it is.
I think
If you want
I
your
support agorism, which is where you increase the black market and then have the black market completely swallow the state market.
So what an individual supports and what is receiving actual physical, political, popular support are two different conversations. If I were to support the return of the Sigma gorilla to raise the United States, but no one in the United States believed in my Sigma gorilla religion, it would have next to no influence. But if all 1 million people believe in my religion, then quite an influence indeed.
I support completely open borders.
I'm not going to agree with that. Open borders no matter what.
Is sexting a sin? Someone has a room for that.
Sexting can be a crime. Depending on what fucking Nordic state
I guess
you're
it
living
depends
in.
on how old you are, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And once you're on the age of enforcement, it's being like, guess what, authorities? Oh, I sexted during the legal age I was allowed to. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what we expect you to do. Naturally, of course. Good on you, law-abiding citizen. Sick.
Yeah.
I think half of all of the Netherlands and half of all of Belgium should move to Australia, and then Australia should just fucking turn all of Europe into a car park. Fuck them.
Really?
The Italians are fine. We'll spare them.
What about the innocent people?
I'm evil, and well,
Oh God. Damn. Gotta take it easy, man.
What about the moral implications of your actions? I'm evil. What?
Damn, bro.
Yeah, like what do you say to that? I'm evil. And
There's not much you can say to that, honestly. I mean, like shit. I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. Dude, there are a lot of people on this playing on this server right now. I want to see how many are fully on this server. I'm playing World of Warcraft. There's 8,000.
Poggers.
9,000, almost
I'm,
9,000.
Don't worry, I have a timer, and when that's gonna go off in like fucking 40 seconds. When I move to another chat, so we're on that same fucking like moving from cunt to cunt feeling.
Hi, I'm Tank.
Hey. Yo, do you believe that taxation is theft, Al's kind?
Taxation is theft, but there's a certain amount of theft required to establish a nation state to defeat the Third Reich.
No, bro. I think that taxation is theft and it's immoral. We need to abolish it.
Oh, yeah, theft is always immoral. But there is a certain amount of immorality the British Empire had to engage into to destroy the Third Reich.
I don't think they should have forced people into the war.
My country didn't. Australia had an army to 1 million strong, entirely volunteer. No Australian was conscripted into the army. Purely volunteer war force for my country.
Well, I don't really know the particulars of. I don't really know the history of all that.
Well, listen. World War II, 1 in 7 Australians fought in the Second World War, and we never passed conscription. They were all volunteers. 1 in 7 Australians, 1 in 7 people in the country chose to fight in the Second World War. Like, actively chose. Signed up, went through fucking training, Kapuka, all that other shit, and then didn't pull their fucking assignment at the end of their training. Yeah. There was no conscription in my country. It was all a volunteer force, and 1 in 7 people still went to war.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
But war is still bad, bro. War's not good, man.
War is bad when you are fighting for unjust reasons. But a war, to stop the unjust from perpetrating horrors upon the innocent, is always just. So the Germans, the Third Reich, should not have been allowed to pursue its territorial gains up to the Urals, because by text, by writing, by publicly shared notation, their intention was genocide.
We got a Fury tank.
I would also agree that sometimes, using that stopping the Third Reich was absolutely a just reason for going to war. Now, and that doesn't mean every single thing the Allies did was okay.
Oh, and even and beyond all that, like fighting the Axis powers, you have to remember, we were attacked in Australia. The Japanese attacked us. We were in fact defending ourselves in the Second World War in the Pacific Theater against the Japanese. They came down to where we were hanging out to kill us. They violated our NAP in the Second World War.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like defending your non-aggression principles and your right to exist where you are is morally correct.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree with
so long as you volunteer.
Yeah, well, there was no conscription in Australia. Every single Australian that
my only problem is
a volunteer.
My only problem, right, is that the government is paying these soldiers using taxation, and taxation is theft.
I mean, yes, but you must remember, in this period of time, taxation in Australia was not a unified body. Taxation was a voluntary, a semi-voluntary activity to be engaged in through loyalty to the crown. For the same reason that 1 in 7 Australians volunteered to fight for the Empire, is the same reason we had the largest tax basis in the British Empire. It's because people were just hurling money into the war effort because, like, we just believed in it. The Pacific would be free, or there would be no Australian polity. Japan would be stopped, or we would be dead, and there was no middle ground for us.
So what you're saying is Australia was basically Ancapistan.
Well, not socially, but by motive, by the
everybody paid.
Ancapistan,
yeah,
we paid into our war bonds. Our army, despite being 1 in 7 members of our population, was purely volunteer, and and those 1 in 7 Australians all fought in the Pacific Theater, which is the theater in which the Japanese were invading. We were defending.
Gotcha. Well, I'll be honest. I can't say whether you're right or wrong because I don't know much about history. So I'll just take your word.
Do you think the anarcho
No, it's fine. Australia is often
because it
marked
turns
in the
people
Pacific
away.
Theater as a distinctly like abnormal and insane country when it came to our participation in the war.
No problem. I got
we
a
are one
question
of-
from. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say. I got a question from chat. Do you think anarcho from anarcho-capitalism should be dropped because it turns people away? I don't think so. Because
are you streaming? Because I haven't.
Yeah.
I have answered a question as not an anarcho-capitalist for your chat.
Sure, you can answer if you want to.
Yeah, I'm not an anarcho-capitalist, but I will say the idea that your ideology turns others away is somehow disqualifying for it. I don't think that passes the moral check. Fascism in the Second World War, or even more precisely than just the general idea of fascism, German National Socialism turned away the spirit of the British people, but it was moral for us to resist it. Just because you need to fight something does not make your participation in that fighting against an unjust thing naturally immoral. I'm not an Ancapistani, but I can envision a situation in which a group of people, atomized as individual economic agents, come together to fight against a single considered moral evil, or even economic or material evil.
If I were to answer that, I was just the answer to the question too. That was, so I would say, the thing is, you could try to change the wording and whatever to try to entice people into it, but fundamentally, you have to be honest with people with what you believe. I don't think you need to give up being honest with people about what you believe in order to try to entice more people to join in your group. You know what I mean? I think it's best to be honest because we are anarchists. I mean, we don't want a state. You know?
I feel like this still needs to be a central narrative, though, something to collect around, to strike against.
Okay, but this is not about taxation anymore, is it?
No, we're just answering we were just answering questions from the chat until
Yeah,
somebody came in.
People,
Until
when
somebody
they hear
came
anarchy,
in
they
and wanted
think
to
it's a
debate us.
nonsensical ideology.
I mean, unless do you
Well,
want to
mate,
debate?
I'll
Do you
be
believe that
streaming.
taxation is not theft?
No, I believe that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it like hard, straight up, bam, all forms, straight up, no taxation anymore is the right way to go. But I guess I would say no, but I'm also definitely against this amount of taxes.
What my Ancap friend, what do you say to my response? Is taxation infest? And when I say yes, but some amount of theft is necessary.
No,
What is the response? Like,
No.
yes, taxation is theft, but
it's not
for
necessary.
for a greater good.
No.
Well,
So-
so do you
Okay,
think
if
that?
it's
So
not
basically what you're doing is you're making a consequentialist argument, and a consequentialist argument or a utilitarian argument or whatever, which is basically the idea that, if we have better outcomes from doing immoral acts, then we should chase the better outcomes, even if
So
even
mine
if we
was
have to do
actually
some more moral acts.
Mine was actually couched in the idea of a confluence of conflict against the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. Yes, Australia did engage in taxation, and taxation is theft. But
Well,
as polity,
I'm talking about
What?
the concept of theft, not just specifically Australia. Like, I can't really speak on Australia. I'm not Australian.
well, that's why I'm
okay.
saying. That's why I'm arguing that at some point the idea that taxation is theft and all theft is wrong. In the world we live in,
I have a
with our
question.
polities, eventually clashes against something where you find a nation state in which its interest is conquest, and
You're branching off
your
way
taxation.
too far here.
No, I'm actually this is the day one I'm not branching off. This is the day one issue for a purely voluntary society. What happens when you conflict with a society that engages in taxation and so has more capital to wield in its war than your purely voluntary society?
We're gonna have guns. We're gonna have private security. We're gonna have militias. It's gonna be great.
Well, they will have guns, and they can fund their
We have more
militias.
guns. We'll be able to print 3D print guns.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Sure, you can ask a
You know what?
question.
Honestly,
Alright.
just quickly. Honestly, the "Nah, I'd win" response. Yeah, based. Fucking yeah, go.
Yep, we're gonna win.
Yeah, "Nah, I'd win." Yeah,
No,
fucking
we're
go
gonna
for
win.
it, cunt.
I'd assume that both of you, of course, don't like the idea of taxation at all as a whole.
No, I love taxation. I'm a monarchist.
Oh, I hate it,
But you-
and I hate
okay.
kings. But I
Yeah,
think
no, but
monarchy
yeah,
is better than
he and I-
democracy.
Yeah,
gotta
he
read
and I
Hopper.
exist on polar opposites. I actually love taxation, and I am God's strongest constitutional monarch, whereas he is an.
Although I do
Catholic.
think
He
that
has
monarchy is
taxation.
better than democracy.
Hey,
only a question
King,
for him.
I have a question for you. Do you believe
Oh.
in polycentric law?
Say what?
What do you mean? What do you mean
Believe
by
in
polycentric law?
polycentric law.
I don't know what that means.
Law? Because there are three
You
different.
don't know what that.
Wait,
don't know what
wait, guys,
No,
listen,
there are.
hold on. I can't even hear what he's saying.
No, he was asking
Wait.
us both, and I'm asking him to clarify because polycentric law has three different branches. I'm asking him which branch of polycentric law.
I didn't even ask my question yet. I asked first.
Well, hold on. Let's go one at it. I don't know who asked what first. Honestly, I can't even. I don't know.
The guy
was
that just spoke did. The guy that just spoke did in fact ask us both. Did in fact
Okay,
ask
so-
you and then me.
Okay,
first.
let's just sub
I did not
commander,
ask
whatever.
you a
I think you
question,
asked a
though,
question
Adam.
for me, right? Right.
Yeah, I was asking the king.
Both of us.
No,
Hold on,
I wasn't
hold-
asking.
Hold
the-
on. Just ask the
asking
question,
the
please.
Yeah. Okay. I was asking you, do you believe in polycentric law? But you said you don't know what polycentric law is. So I was gonna.
That wasn't him.
explain
That
to
was
you-
me.
Hold on. She's asking. Are you a he or a she? She asked me. She asked me, not you.
No, but I
Alright,
know.
stop
that
talking.
In the
Stop talking. All right, sub commander. Go ahead.
So you don't know what polycentric law is. So it is basically. Well, I mean, it's a legal system typically explained by like American calculus when they explain a legal system. It's a legal system where there's different providers of arbitration rather than any like one central source of law.
Oh yeah. I've never heard. I don't think I've heard the term polycentric, but most Ancaps that I hear would say a competitive market for defense, whether it be through
not defense. I'm not talking about defense. I'm talking about arbitration. I'm talking about
arbitration.
law.
Yeah, that too. Arbitration, insurance agencies,
So
things like that.
my thing with that is then the society wouldn't necessarily be ruled by like the NAP, because these different arbitration agencies don't have a standard on which like they're going to operate on making decision making. So when they are making decisions like on cases and arbitrating, they very well could rule in a case that is on a case that is completely contradictory to the non-aggression.
Well,
I mean, yeah,
how
that could
works in
happen.
states?
But
That is and that is enforced, and that is a enforced decision.
But don't we already live in a polycentric world where like laws in Canada, China, Russia are different from the U.S.?
No, that's not how it works. That's not what we're talking.
That's that different. I mean, I'm not asking genuinely. I'm not trying to be like malicious. I'm just wondering.
Because you're like scaling up for no reason. We're talking about in one society. Those are different countries with different governments with different systems. This is like
Okay,
talk about in one society, in one system.
yeah, you could come up with a situation where a private court would stray away from the NAP, but
Yes.
generally in the
Then you just
because
you just get to give your friends a kill 'em.
hold on,
Fuck
Dad,
'em.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were allowed to just speak when other people were speaking, bro. Gotta let other people
Yeah, I
speak,
am.
bro. So
Need a talking stick.
yeah, do I gotta pull out the whacking stick? No, I'm just kidding. So what
No,
I was
I'm
going
done.
to say is, yeah, you
Almost
can,
came.
of course, come up with a situation where, you know, a court is not going to follow the non-aggression principle, right? But I could very easily come up with a situation where a court is not going to follow, say, your constitution or your law or this whatever arbitrary standard in which
I believe in
should be law.
What do you mean?
Huh?
No. What? My constitution? No, I believe in polycentric law.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. I made an assumption.
Here is the difference. I am a socialist. I am a libertarian socialist.
Ew.
I mean, better than a normal socialist for sure.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: I believe in polycentric law. But the thing is, you said that yes, they could very well rule against the non-aggression principle. But the difference is between that and ruling against the Constitution is the society has no standard in which like people typically have some constraints around like following that Constitution and stuff. There's no constraints or anything around following the non-aggression principle explicitly because these arbitrators are who settle disputes. They make the decisions on whether someone violated someone else or not. So,
yeah, but they have to have a standard, right? And if we're talking about an Ancap society, generally, hold on.
Why would it be? Why would it be necessarily just Ancap?
Because we're talking about an Ancap society. If we're talking about an Ancap society, what you would expect, right, is
I understand.
Hold on, whoa. So let's say you have an Ancap society, and where most of the people in that society believe very strongly in the non-aggression principle. What you would see is that the private security agencies and arbitration agencies will cater to that in order to make the most money, because if you don't follow the non-aggression principle, what you're going to see is private companies not making much money because people will have the choice to move to another business that does follow the non-aggression principle.
I would like to talk about another scenario.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Like a different. I like to talk about like this is a more idealized form of like anarcho-capitalism. I feel like because I feel like saying that the majority of people being like committed to it and committed to anarcho-capitalism is not necessarily the likely scenario unless it is a very long, strenuous project where you're able to secure like a libertarian homeland and you're able to facilitate that and cultivate that, which I don't think is necessarily possible. What I think would happen is all of the socialist projects, the unions, the syndicates, the rising left-wing anarchist groups, and like democratic socialists and things like this would not disappear. They would still exist. They would still be organizing. They would still be, and I feel like if they were to see the system, they would welcome these parts of it, like a few parts of it like this, because they are then able to organize on those bases to subvert the idea of a society on like a proprietarian ethic, and instead transition to alternative like socialist ethics as a standard for arbitration, as they set up their alternative power in this non-monopolized, society on like things like organization and force and arbitration and things like that.
Again, fundamentally, if you have a population of individuals who don't want their property rights to be violated, and I'm not saying that every single person in that group has to support the non-aggression principle. It just has to be same like any other law, right, in the whole world, right? There just has to be enough people to sort of support it, or at least not care enough to fight against it, right? And also to hold on. I respected you.
Why do you support dog rape?
I respected you. Okay, please allow me to finish.
I understand, but I need to clarify something, because I need to say that the reason why I brought that example up like that is because I'm talking about like a realistic transition to like a society that you want, like an actually free society.
That's why I'm trying to convince people, man. I'm trying to convince people of the non-aggression principle. So hold on, can I now? You're not going to cuck me out of responding to your other arguments, okay?
I'm not doing that.
Okay, so then stop. Let me speak.
Point.
Okay, you could clarify when I'm done.
Bro, did not even get to finish his first sentence. What the fuck?
Yeah,
hello?
Sheesh. So to respond to what you're saying is I don't see anything wrong with workers co-ops or unions or socialist run anything, so long as nobody is being forced into the transaction against their will.
Okay, that is.
What happens when the entire Japanese polity rocks up in fucking Tokyo
We're
and
gonna
then
use
invades
guns and we're gonna
Midway?
shoot them. We're gonna use guns and we're gonna shoot them.
They have guns. They shoot.
I'm just.
Yeah, we're gonna have more guns.
Oh, okay. The actual survival of it is fucking.
Yeah, and then we're gonna use guerrilla.
everyone's
And if we
conflict.
lose, we'll use guerrilla warfare, and then we'll take it back, kind of like the Saudis.
Yeah, basically on
kinda like
belief, but basically on belief, but it does boil down to. But I won the conflict though. Lamau.
Okay, I wanna say something because
ahead.
the reason why I wanted to clarify that is because, again, when we're talking about transitioning to a free society, we have to talk about like the context of material conditions of the societies that we live in. You're American, I assume, right?
Everyone's just talking.
I'm
about,
a Floridian.
You're all just talking about immigrating. You're all just talking about immigrating to Australia. Crazy work.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. In America, all of these left-wing projects and movements, and the ones that are growing stronger and stronger even today, when in the transition to a free society, would not disappear. And I don't think that I think that an anarchism or a libertarianism would have to be some kind of compromise from the pure anarchy capitalist
No,
framework.
why would the people you're escorting?
I mean, the compromise would be for me, right?
What the
Hold
fuck?
on,
Hello?
whoa! Is he asking you the question, or is he talking to me? Why do you keep butting in when he's talking to me?
He was asking.
Are you an Ancap? I'm sorry, are you an Ancap? No, you're not an Ancap. So why would make you think? What would make you think that he's speaking to you?
Howard told me.
Come on, man. Listen. So, the only compromise I would make between the ANCOMs is so long as I have no problem with how you run your ANCOM society, so long as you
but it's not a separate thing. I'm not talking about a separate thing.
I mean,
You're thinking like it's going to be divided on geographical lines.
Well, we're not all gonna. I mean,
the-
listen. I mean, I believe that. I don't think that everyone's just gonna automatically have, even in anarcho-capitalist areas, I don't think everyone's gonna have the same ideology. So there's probably gonna be Christian ANCAPs. There's probably gonna be Muslim ANCAPs.
No,
There's
but
this
like,
group
here's
of
the thing.
ANCAPs,
There's not
right?
going to be an ANCAP society and an ANCOM society, and there's like these borders between them.
No,
or
it would be
whatever.
you
That's not gonna be a
ANCOMs would be living in our ANCAP society.
ANCOM. I'm not an ANCOM. I'm not an ANCOM. I never said I was an ANCOM. You just
Wait.
said I was an ANCOM.
Wait, what are you? Then?
Libertarian socialist, as I
Oh.
said earlier.
Isn't that an ANCOM?
No, they're
Not
different.
necessarily.
He's a Stalinist.
Wait, a libertarian
not.
socialist? What's this? Could you define that?
Libertarian socialism is a very broad label, as an umbrella category, but it includes everyone who is believes that so libertarian to me is everyone who believes that the primary mode for social, political, and economic change should be organization and action outside of the state. And then
Is there is there any force going on? Like, are you forcing people to join your thing or anything like that?
well, I don't think that matters if you were like a libertarian or not in the classical sense.
Well,
of,
I mean,
like,
it matters a lot to us libertarians. Us libertarians believe in the non-aggression
That's
principle.
you know, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about non-aggression principle libertarianism.
Wait,
which is a
libertarians
different
don't
thing.
believe in the non-aggression principle?
This is right-wing libertarianism, American libertarianism, which we left
So
libertarians.
wait, you
have
do think it's okay to
believed.
harm innocent people?
No, wait.
Innocent
one official,
people, that's
point.
obviously, if I think it's okay to harm someone, I don't think that person is innocent. So you just did a loaded question fallacy.
Okay, so what part? So what? I mean, I'm not sure where we disagree. I don't support harming innocent people. You don't support harming innocent people, right?
Yes, but the difference would be: do you understand that people could disagree on what people would consider innocent or not innocent?
So, okay, so let me give you an example. Let's say I'm an owner of some land and I say, hey, I'm going to give you this crop in exchange for your money. Is that fine? Am I innocent?
Yeah, you're.
Well, then,
Go back to your fundamentals. I mean, like what Amelia was saying is like so we're talking about polycentrism. She's saying like in a transitionary period to more free society, it'd become into polycentristic as like a sort of like solution, and it'd be like these local places will have their own kind of like rules and how they go about.
No, it's
Right.
not geographically centered. That's the whole thing with polycentric law. It's not necessarily. There's no rules for any one like area or city necessarily. The disputes are settled when there is a disagreement between different parties, and then that dispute is settled on the basis that that individual arbitrator has as their standard, which
well,
can vary.
are both parties consenting to the arbitration to the arbitrator?
Yes.
Then that's fine. We're there's no problem with that.
Yeah, I know that. I know we agree on that. I know about anarcho-capitalism. Like,
No, I'm just trying to find where we disagree. That's all.
I believe that the workers should own the means of production. I don't believe that.
I'm not against that.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I don't believe it's legitimate ownership if you do own something if you don't use it. Use also don't be like. Don't do the stupid thing where you get like really hyper specific in definition where you're like, if I leave my home for like 2 seconds and someone comes in it and takes it, like because I'm not using it, quote unquote, that's not what use means.
I don't know. It seems like pretty arbitrary. Like, how do you how do you determine whether or not use? Like, how much do I need to use something for someone to take it, for someone to be allowed to take it from me?
It's the continuum, and it's to be decided when it comes into conflict. Just like here's another continuum when your system, which I can give you, is when you homestead land. If I dig a tree and I plant a tree, how much land around that tree planted do I own?
It depends. So here's a good. So how typically I understand. I mean, KingSithis has a different opinion how homesteading works. At least how libertarians argue it. And so, as you know, nature is typically deemed as unowned. Like, if you go into a place, it's either owned or unowned. Sure, in the wilderness, you plant a tree, and when you're homesteading, you have to make it very clear that it is owned land. For example, I just can't go out into the wilderness, let's say it's unowned, and say, hey, I own the whole forest, like by mere decree. That'd be obviously very problematic, because if a person was like, also wakes up like rust in the forest, and then he
makes it a continuum. Do you understand what a continuum is? This is what makes it a continuum.
Can you explain that to me? I know the exact,
yes, I can. A continuum is something where the extremes are very clear, but when you get towards the middle on like what is the case on like you do own that or you don't own that, or other things is like something where the extremes are known, but the what is it, middle, center, I forgot the wording for it, but do you understand the concept? Are not
saying like it's like mostly like under like most kind of circumstances.
That's only true if the if you're in between some sort of spectrum between two ideologies. So, for instance, we believe very strongly in the first comer principle, whereas you believe in the. So here's the spectrum, right? The spectrum is the first comer. There's sometimes the first comer can use it, or second comer.
Hold on. You're
allow me to finish.
Topic.
I'm not changing.
Topic.
I'm not changing the topic.
You are.
Just allow me to finish.
So, like it's a little bit related,
oh my
but
God.
it's kind of.
It is related. Just I can explain why it's related if you allow me to finish. I would. Right. So there's the first comer principle, right? And then there's the second comer principle, and then in between that is where I like the libertarian socialists or socialists are. They're like, okay, if you're using that, some people have the use standard, some people have the private versus public, sort of standard, the different standards basing on their own personal standard. Whereas us libertarians, we're not anywhere in between that standard. We're in the first comer. If you're the first comer, therefore you are the owner.
Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. Again, this is what I was trying to explain to you. Mm-hmm. What I was trying to talk about is if you come to that land, okay, you plant a tree, you make an orchard. Okay, when you're making an orchard and you're planting trees, how how much land around the trees that you plant when you're homesteading, you're planting those trees to homestead the land for an orchard, how much around it do you own? Can you
Only
claim?
what you've transformed is owned. So if the land around the tree is not yours because you haven't transformed it or imported it in any way.
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
So
that's how most, well, I would say most libertarians today would make it the argument.
if I fence off around the orchard,
Yes.
I do not own the land that is between the fence and the tree because I never changed it.
Is it in the fence? Is it in the fence?
Yes.
Well, then you do own it because you're the first comer.
Hold on. You said that you have to change it with your.
But I said
labor.
changing or embordering it. When it comes to land, you have
Or
to emborder it. So you.
It needs to be like a clear definition of like.
Okay, exactly. Now, how far across can I make that fence between the orchard and the fence line? How much land outward can I say that I own?
You could make it as big as you want, so long as you're not encroaching on another person's land. So long as it's unowned.
So I can fence an entire big swath of land as long as it's unowned.
Yep.
Right? As much as I want.
Yeah, because you're not violating anyone's rights by doing so.
Correct. But I'm not changing or transforming any of it. And I
said there's. I don't know where you were. Let me catch you up to the conversation real quick. So, I said you can either transform it, or you can. When it comes to land.
Yeah, but
when
here's
it comes
the problem.
to land, or you can emborder it, right? So embordering is another way of finding. It's basically claiming over the land. You're fencing off the land, saying I am the owner of this land. So it's very clear, very non-arbitrary.
So this would make it very quickly where large corporations would go to any unowned land left in society, and they would very quickly just fence it very fast and claim large swaths of land where there is
unowned,
no more.
They're not violating anyone's rights.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but now there is no more claimable land on the face of the earth. All people must be rentoids.
I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with rent.
You're saying like, well, your argument, I think, is saying like negative externalities could be a problem. Again, it's like who's the guy who Georges, like land value tax, one thinks he's kind of for it, but he's saying like land is like a finite thing, therefore we should try a way to distribute it. I don't know if this is like, it's an extreme.
I'm gonna eat some chicken. So
right.
You go ahead.
Yeah, so I gotta say like that may be an issue. The issue is the other ways are like more arbitrary. You can say it's problematic because I think most people in general are against monopolies. I mean, even like I think libertarians would argue against like monopolies or Ancaps because that means like you're kind of getting rid of choices. Typically, the free market provides more choices.
Well, there's no such thing as a natural monopoly without a state.
If you have a there's no problem with arbitrariness if you have a polycentric system of law and making decisions on arbitration, because that arbitrariness is fixed whenever a conflict seems to arise. These norms of property arise not out of people willing it into existence, but rather like practical necessity. I feel like that there would be a shift in like what people think should be legal, quote unquote, and those property norms would change and allow for expropriation. Or I think we should start out on that basis, like where if you don't use the land, it's not yours. If you don't use
what if I just like to look at the land?
Well, I
don't think you should have it. It should be going to someone who is going to make
it. Are you going to rob me?
Yes, but it's not yours in the first place. So
Damn, you're not very libertarian.
Well, it wasn't yours in the first place. I don't think it was actually your property.
Who'd you steal it from? If it's not owned, who'd you steal it from?
So how would that work in a polycentric system? Is my question. So there's someone you said we can be aside each other, like someone's libertarian, like believes in property, right, being libertarian, and then someone's a left-leaning libertarian. how did like suppose you have a lot of owned land, like too much, or like you're not utilizing properly, and the leftist person suing you saying, oh, yeah, leftist saying you're not using it properly, the one on the right saying this is mine, I'm just. How would that be resolved? Because that's a pretty clear conflict. I mean, I'm just wondering if you could walk me through that. That's all.
Through arbitration, like arbitrators would decide on the like they would find like someone, they would agree who to go to rule on this. They would have to find like some type of third party between them. Maybe even bring it to a council of like a philosophical council or something. Like, because it is a pretty interesting like question, and stuff like that. But and there might be a few levels that it has to go to before a decision is reached, because that is a very big thing. But that is like how it would go. Like there would be like these different.
I guess I can see that can happening. It just seems that it's almost like a very fundamental disagreement, and there'd be a lot of conflicts. I'm not saying you're
it's a fundamental disagreement. That's why they can't decide on it themselves. That's why they go to a third party. That's the whole point of arbitration. They can't decide on it themselves, so they.
How is that any different from like eminent domain?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily
government.
I would say
there's no monopoly doing it. There's no monopoly on force doing it.
I mean, a monopoly or not monopoly, if you're still stealing it.
It's not. Well, you think it's stealing. I do not think it's stealing. So we disagree.
What gives you the right to take my land?
Essentially disputed property. Let's say this property is disputed. Like, for example, let's say a place, like, another thing, like, Ancap would somewhat agree, like, there's abandoned property, like, there's no owner. Let's say there's this place, it looks run down or, like, abandoned. Some person claims, hey, actually, this is my factory. We don't have any proof or where this land is. Some other maybe leftist person says, actually, this belongs to our group, or we're going to take control of it to benefit the people or something. It's disputed, and they have to figure out this disputation somehow, which should be going through an arbitrator, and it'll bring evidence who has the higher right to it, which may be just because of maybe ethics, like, oh, one person should own all the land, but it's like disputed property. I think it's what you're saying, right? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
So I shouldn't be allowed to, like, rent my land to somebody?
No, I think that there would be, like, pretty voluntary and peaceful means of abolishing rent. Well, unless there's a revolution. I'm talking about, like, what would
revolution.
But I believe in a revolution for, like, libertarian socialist ideas anyway.
Against the government?
But here's the thing. Yeah, obviously against.
Hell yeah.
But here's the thing. I think that we might, like, I don't know how there can be an immediate transition. So I'm thinking of like a democratic and federalist type system where it's I don't know. It's bordering the line between like anarchy and minarchy. But it's like more of like moving into anarchism, because like in terms of like you need something to reorganize society after it being like so trapped under the state for so long. Like something needs to like do something to like do things like even if it is like your stuff, like Ancap stuff, like privatization, like privatizing like government stuff, like or facilitating the selling off of a government property, or like things like that, like a provisional government.
Like privatizing.
There's a couple of ways.
Well, no, I don't believe in doing that, but I'm just saying, like, if you would need to do that as well if you like took over.
Like decentralized in general.
Yeah, decentralizing in general. Anyway, so I believe in like in this like council or provisional government. I want to have like a libertarian party, like there, like so like American libertarian party, like as a faction or something. Because I feel like
the people
you ever heard of agorism?
It would be like the Libertarian Party. It would be DSA. It would be like the like libertarian socialist and like anarchist thing. And then it would be like what would fill in the last one? I've been thinking of a few different things with like different clicks.
Anarcho-monarchist? No, I was kidding.
No. No, I want something. I want like a futurist, like accelerationist, like.
There's like a transhumanist.
So
transhumanist. I think.
Yeah, no, I want like a transhumanist, like futurist, like accelerationist, like. Yeah. Believe in the.
What does that mean?
You believe that like humans should surpass their humanity with like replacing your like human parts with robot parts or cybernetic parts, or you should improve yourself with things like genetic engineering, or.
Can I
like
install a robotic masturbator machine onto me so that auto masturbator?
Dude, you are on Twitch. You are on Twitch.
So what?
Can you say that on Twitch?
I don't care. I'm not just live on Twitch. I'm live on TikTok too, and Kick and YouTube.
And Kick, oh gross. No, don't support Kick, please.
Bro, I gotta do all the avenues, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, like a guy was tortured on Kick. You know, you heard about that.
But wait,
right?
that's not is that the company's fault?
Yeah, they literally knew about it and facilitated it and even encouraged it in certain ways. They absolutely knew about the situation, did nothing about it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have to look into that, but I don't like I said. I don't think me using this is bad because I'm not responsible for that.
Police investigation as well, and the police didn't do anything either, which means they're just as responsible as the police. The police would have the high right to say, "Hey, there's something illegal," and step in. So
yeah,
I mean, they give some leeway to Kick, but I agree that Kick was not acting like it as a good platform should, and I could see like they're profiting in the least indirectly, maybe more. I don't know how much their endorsement actually goes, but yeah, they're a problematic platform kind of. I don't really know how much blame they would actually have, but they're in a controversy for sure.
I mean, but the thing I would say is I'm not just streaming on Kick. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So
I need to train up like an Ancap like really well, like a good Ancap that's good at debating, and like send them against Bosch. Like I need to train them up with like.
What about me?
Say. No, you didn't know. You didn't even know what polycentric law was. I'm sorry, but I need someone.
Polycentric law? Did you know
know
what that was before he heard it? Before he heard this guy say it?
That's pretty fundamental.
Yeah, I know Milton Friedman. He's for polycentric law. He's a libertarian.
Whenever I hear an Ancap talk about that, they're not saying polycentric law. Generally, what they say is competitive markets for defense.
Because
it could maybe be chronology difference.
Yeah, that's not me saying that I don't know, but I knew what you meant as soon as you said it. I just didn't know the word.
I knew you knew what I meant. I knew that. I'm not insinuating that. However, I'm just saying.
No, breaking my balls. Also, Bosch. Bosch, I don't know.
I need someone who can really stand toe to toe against them, and like I want them to kind of make them stop like rapidly hating like Ancap so much in a way by like saying like insinuating that basically anarcho-capitalism is not like as far away as a libertarian socialist society as they would think. Not saying it's like the same.
Well, we're against the state, right?
Yeah.
All right, man. We're on the same side, and we're against the state for the same reason, right?
Yeah.
It is a forceful extraction of wealth from the innocent.
I love this because this is what Ancaps acted like back in 2011. Like you would go like IRL.
Is that a compliment?
Like, yeah, it's just it is, but it's just like I don't know. It's funny. And
why the divide, man? We should come together. We're both anti-government.
Hey, no, I've been look, I've been saying that shit for a while to lots of people, okay, so I would be the first one to say that, so you're not saying it to anyone who like disagrees necessarily. But
Crowbot, you want to join the convo? Let's see. I could put the link in the.
Guys, when we get dinner, it was nice talking to you. Nice talking to you, so Commander as well. Pretty cool debate.
Yeah, it was. I'm still here, so.
Yeah, let's be on back later, but just in case. All right, see ya.
Listen, man, if you're against the state and you support the NAP, you're cool with me.
Well, I don't necessarily support the NAP. I mean, I guess I do, but I disagree on what property is like. What property is correct, or.
I just don't really like the whole use thing, and the reason I just feel like it's just anyone could just say that. Anyone could just say, "Oh, you're not using that." You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty.
I feel like you could make the argument like, "Oh, Ancap is not 100% solid," but I feel like it's at least more solid than that.
No, not necessarily, because I think these principles are like we construct these ethics anyway. They are constructed. They are human made. That doesn't make them not. That doesn't make them wrong, right? But like, and I feel like these types of things that are more loose or arbitrary are a very important part of society and just human existence as a whole. And also, I feel like it's leaving that more gray area allows for the stopping, like the hoarding of land and the concentration of wealth into the fewest amount of hands, and it cultivates like more. It cultivates better use of land. It makes housing cheaper, more affordable.
I'm not sure I agree. I think I think strong respect for private property rights, a recognition of private property rights, and allowing of trading of those property rights in a free market of exchange between goods and service allows the.
And you have that. You have a different conception of what property is.
You know, but if without private property within the means of production, I'm not sure how, and without like prices, I'm not sure how you can, because you still have the coordination problem, right?
You have prices.
Yeah, but it's not made through private property transactions. It's made arbitrarily. And fake prices are fake signals.
No, it's not made arbitrarily. That's not how worker cooperatives work.
Okay,
they make it based on consumer signals. They sell things to consumers, and they base their prices based on scarcity and what they can buy. The pricing of what the supplies they have to buy to produce what they make as well. And their consumers, the demand for their products, that works like that. It's just all decided like by the workers owning the company.
You're talking about a situation in which private property is obviously under a private property system. Yeah, cooperatives, I would expect them to work fine because you have voluntary agreements between owners and of property, right? But without that, I can't see how it would work, not even through really.
Why?
Well, because without property, you can't have trading.
You do have property. I didn't say you didn't have property. You're just asserting
But that's the argument that I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not sure how you can do it without property.
We do have property. I never said.
That's my only argument. But you have to have a consistent form of property rights.
Okay, no, it is fairly consistent in most cases, but when there is that gray area, it can be decided through arbitration when it comes into conflict with other individuals. And if it's not coming into conflict with anyone, if no one finds a conflict with it, there's no problem. Meaning, if you're not really hurting the community at all, then the community doesn't fuck with you. But
the problem with that is let's say I bought some land and I've cultivated it, but then I went and bought some other land, but I don't use the first land that much. Someone could just say, "Hey, you're not using that. I'm gonna go take it." And then I would have to go to court and prove that I have more use of it than another thing. Whereas under my system, nobody has the right to take your thing.
More efficient. But that makes it more efficient when we have arbitrators deciding what is more efficient use of the land. Then it makes it a more efficient society because the land is used in a more efficient way.
Efficient according to whom?
I mean, arbitrators making a decision based on two cases of
But
who
how are
should
they
get it,
determining
at
the
least
like
focus
they're just being like, oh, this guy
depends.
has more of a value of using it, so then they could just take it from that person.
It depends. It depends. Sometimes they may.
How
But
do they come
they
to
may
that
make.
determination?
It's not a standardized thing. That's the whole point.
Well, under my system, there is a standardized thing. You have prices, and you have private property rights.
Prices are not. Prices do not come in. What? That has nothing to do with law.
Well, prices determine the rarity and scarcity of that good, right? And the demand for
What
it, right?
good?
Of the good that's being sold, traded, right? And private property allows
Good
for
that is being sold and traded. What are you talking about right now? This is
You don't know
completely
what's-
irrelevant to what I was.
Hold on, I'm not finished. And private property rights allow for people to exclude others from goods and then trade those goods when they want to.
Okay, what does this have to do with anything I was talking about?
Well, the issue with that is when you have a private property rights, right? No one could just come up to your property and just take it whenever they want. Whereas under your system, someone could just take your property.
You're just doing a circular argument because
Hold on,
this is
listen.
like completely
Hold on.
unrelated to what I said.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, he just left. Whatever. What I was going to say is that then someone just go onto your property, take your stuff, and then I would have to go to court and explain to them why I have to, you know what I'm saying, why I should be the owner of my own property and which I homesteaded first. When under my system it would just be like, well, if you're the owner, well then nobody has the right to take your shit. Why should I have to justify to some arbitrator like why it's okay for another person to take my shit? Why it's not okay for another person to take something that belongs to me? Then you just have a system of people being like, okay, well, I just have the right to take this from you, and if you don't like it, then go to the court. Jeez. Disappointing. He rage quit. As most socialists do. I got the leather one. I didn't want that. I don't know what they're speaking, but whatever.
Yo, King.
Hello.
What's up, man?
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm hanging out, playing some World of Warcraft.
Why'd you add me if you don't mind me asking?
Why don't I add you?
Yeah, why'd you add me? I don't really
Why?
talk in here.
Why did I add you?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I was watching you debate. Like, I was just listening because I'm not talking. I was just listening to you. So and then I randomly get a notification. It's like, it's from you, friend requesting me. So I was like, that's odd. So I was just curious.
I was probably just adding people to make more friends, you know.
I respect that.
Yeah.
What are you doing in World of Warcraft?
Because it's really fun, man. It's this Turtle WoW. It's a private server. It's
Okay.
not made by Blizzard, and you can play for free. And it's classic WoW, but it's classic plus.
I was gonna say, it looks like a Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Oh yeah, Star Wars: The Old Republic. You know, it's pretty cool, but I like World of Warcraft Classic better.
I feel like Star Wars: The Old Republic, like, eventually after a while, it turns into a walking sim because everything's like 500 miles away.
Yeah, personally, I just like I like World of Warcraft Classic could kind of feel like that because you got to walk from place to place. But the thing about World of Warcraft Classic is that it's a lot more slower. It's a lot more harder than normal Classic, and it kind of forces you to group up with other people. And there's also like, it's a lot more simpler. It's a lot like the how to play the game is a lot more simpler than a lot of newer MMOs. And I don't know.
What's up, fellow Ancap?
I really like the game. There's something about this game. It has a charm to it. Hello, fellow Ancap. I'm live on. I'm responding to my chat. But yeah, I love it. Turtle WoW is completely free. You can just go on Google and look up like Turtle WoW, and then the first website that pops up, you can just download it from there, and then you can play it.
Isn't World of Warcraft like the OG one? Like the OG MMO?
Classic. Yeah. So basically, it's the first, not the first MMO, but it was the first like big MMO. You know what I'm saying? Like there was other MMOs, but World of Warcraft was like huge in comparison to all the other ones. They blew them all out of the park. And Classic version is basically the first version before all the expansions, and then they just added more stuff to it, but not in an expansion way. You know, they just added more stuff to the Classic version, which I think is the best version.
Yeah, isn't that also where like the Leroy Jenkins meme came from too?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I remember hearing the context. It's like him and a bunch of group. They're gonna do a dungeon. He just runs in,
and then they all have to run. They were about to do a raid, I think, and then he ran in, and then they were like, "Oh no!" and then they died. They were like, "What the hell, Leroy?"
Yeah, that was like the best clip ever of my childhood.
Yeah. Game. Classic World of Warcraft, man. World of Warcraft from Classic to the Lich King was like the best. Was peak. World of Warcraft.
I never grew up with those games really. Like, I think the first ever console I got was like an Xbox 360, but I went through like 3 of them because I kept on getting the Red Ring of Death. So you have to like go in, like get a new one, and like, because I don't even know if I went to a GameStop or not, but I just got a new one. I don't know what I did with the old ones. I know one time I went into a GameStop to like, because I didn't know at the time that GameStop rips you off when you like get back your consoles, but I was also at like 7 at the time. So yeah. And I eventually just moved to laptop and then PC, which is way better now anyway. So
I got when I was around 19, I got a PC, but before that I was playing PS3, and yeah, I never turned back after that. I love PC so much, and I only recently started playing World of Warcraft, maybe like a year ago. And I think the troll is probably the coolest race in the game because they have.
What races are there?
There's orc, human, dwarf, gnome, undead, and and a tauren, which is like a cow human.
Cow human?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not gonna ask. Yeah, hold on.
Yes. And yeah, that's what a tauren is. It's a cow human, basically. And trolls are basically these Jamaican long-armed, long-legged, and then they slouch over and they're blue or different colors with tusks and long ears.
The tauren doesn't even look that bad, actually.
They look cool. They're cool, and they have Jamaican accents.
Yeah.
Let me let my brother.
Oh my god. Jamaican accents just makes it about 10 times funnier.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and then the orcs, they're pretty cool too.
Yeah. Are one of the other 2 people in here, like in VC, here to debate with him, or no?
Are you ready, guys? Do you guys want to debate an Ancap?
What is an Ancap?
Oh, an anarcho-capitalist is a person who believes in no state, but with no state, but capitalism.
Is it a politics debate?
Yeah.
I thought this is like a casual or general debate.
I mean, we were casually talking, but I mean, the thing was debate in Ancap. That's the title of the room.
I don't know anything about politics, but I might stay here to listen.
Okay, you can stay. to hang out.
That's what I do. That's what I do too. Like I don't come here to debate. I just come here to listen.
Yeah, but nobody wants to debate me because they don't like me.
Are you an Ancap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people have controversy. Like Saint Preacher has controversy. American has controversy. You have. I'd say controversy. Like those are the people I see like mostly on here. Like people usually get into fights with them the most.
I mean, I disagree with pretty much everything. Mostly everyone.
Yeah.
On a lot of
just,
things.
Like,
so.
I just find it more fun to listen since I don't know nothing. So.
Gotta read more Rothbard. You know what I mean?
I'm not like, dude. I've said like 0 messages in the server. Plus, like, I don't really read for knowledge. I kind of read just for like fun. Well, I stopped reading like a long time ago. But
if you're not having fun, then kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah. But no, I just get fun from like listening and listening people debate. Because sometimes like the funniest like fights will break out.
Yeah, like whether or not you should be allowed to rape a dog.
Oh my god, dude. We don't talk about that. Dude, I remember listening to that. You were arguing with them, like asking them if they were vegan, and you kept on saying animals don't have rights, and the owner can do whatever, and they kept on asking, is it okay to rape a dog? And then it went on from there. I was there for that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yo, guys, I have a question.
What's up?
What's up?
Do you believe like morality is objective or subjective?
Subjective.
Simon Arcus 2 yes but non-coercive.
Okay. Like, do you know like what would they mean? Like, it's a feminist debate.
I'm not really a debater, so I have 0 clue. Like as I said. Wait.
No.
Hold on. We take this on like real quickly. We go to Google real quickly.
If you look up what is an if you cite what is an anarcho-capitalist on ChatGPT, they'll tell you.
Well, you explained it when he asked, so I got a basic understanding.
Yeah. I also have a whole YouTube channel where I make YouTube videos about it. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, I know. Okay, I remember you told someone you should go check out my video about like you should abolish like the minimum wage thing or whatever.
Oh yeah, I got into a pretty big argument with somebody about the minimum wage, and then he was trying to make the argument that like, oh, if we had $100 minimum wage, it wouldn't make a difference. And I was like, dude, that's just clearly retarded.
Yeah, $100 minimum wage. Yeah, like $26.57 or something like that.
That's ridiculous.
What even is it right now?
$7 federally, and then depending on your state, it could be whatever.
Okay.
I think it should be $0.
FR everyone getting rage baited when we mention abolishing minimum wage.
Yeah, people get really mad about the minimum wage. People will be like, oh, minimum wage! What about the single mothers? And I'm like, fuck.
I don't gotta worry about that yet, luckily. I could technically get a job, but I don't have one, so therefore I don't gotta worry about it.
Strength and agility? Did I need this or no? I don't know. I might just need it anyways.
Wait, you got skill points of World of Warcraft?
So, like, whenever you have, yeah, they have skill points. Whenever you level up, you get a skill point, and then you can put it into,
Yeah, like, wait, what do you have it mostly in right now? Or do you have it all balanced out?
What?
What do you have your skill points in? Like strength, or is it like all balanced out?
Oh, so they
but
have.
We gotta be civilized and social.
So basically, there's certain things that are better for certain, like, weapons and attacks. So strength would be like, I'm pretty sure it makes your weapon stronger, or it makes you do more damage. And then there's like armor that makes you have more armor, and then your stamina. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what it all does, but it does something.
Okay.
But all I know is that I have with my character, I have to pick strength and something else, but definitely strength.
I was gonna say, it just reminds me of Fallout. So.
Yeah, you know, it has the number system. You know what I mean. Minimum wage. Oh yeah. Okay. The guy Mohammed, he doesn't really like me that much.
A lot, like, dude, when you were debating yesterday, because I just listened in, like, I don't know who you had needed, but one guy kept on saying you were just going on autopilot, saying, like, the same thing. I don't know. I was zoned out the entire time. I just joined VCs and, like, let the calf listen to them, so.
Sometimes I do go on autopilot.
I was there for the after stream, though. I was there for, like, the after party after you turned off the stream. That was a very interesting conversation.
Hell yeah.
With, you and 2 other people. I was just watching YouTube and I'm just hearing you guys talking, like, what the hell am I listening to?
I gotta.
Yeah, if you want to know if she's undercover or not, ask her to, like, take photos of her and, like, yeah.
No, we're saying, like, if you want to know if a woman is an undercover cop, you'd be like, hey, show me your titties while in a video chat. And
why do y'all know that?
I mean, that's just normal street knowledge, you know what I mean?
I don't know what parts of this, like, I don't know what parts you grew up in, but oh boy. If
I mean, I feel like that's pretty logical, right? Like, if you knew a girl was undercover, like, you'd be like, show me your titties. If you're gonna pay her to have sex, she's not gonna show you her titties, right?
I don't want to talk about that topic.
That's fine. It's okay.
I try to keep, like, the innocence in me while it still lasts.
Yeah. Hello, R.
I got 1 year.
Hi.
So, you want to debate me? What's up?
I'm just listening. I'm cooking.
God, you guys
I
are
respect that.
boring. You guys gotta. I wanted you to come in here and be nasty with me and really argue with me and yell at me.
Has today been good?
Huh?
Has today been good?
Has what?
Today been good?
Today's been pretty good. For me.
Debating these people?
Hell yeah.
Is FEC 113 a elite debater?
No.
Why is it for me? I only see F.R.
Because you have stream. Because you have OBS open and streamer mode enabled. It's in settings video.
Oh.
It just prevents, like, if you don't want anyone's, like, Discord getting leaked. But no, what do you call it? Well, I respect that. I do the exact same thing. I just join VCs and listen. Like, I'm pretty sure I got, like, a reward for, like some amount of minutes in VC without even saying anything. Just sitting in the VC and just not talking. But yeah, also, King, the reason I don't debate is, like, I'm 17, so I doubt anyone's gonna listen to me, because, you know, I'm a kid, technically. 2, I don't know nothing about anything. And that pretty much sums it up.
I respect that, man.
You know, there's a streamer called Destiny?
Yeah, I know Destiny.
Like, he might have a place for you.
Yeah, they don't like me, and they banned me from that Discord.
Wait, why?
I don't even remember. They said I was annoying.
Oof.
Yeah. It's mostly a bunch of government enjoyers, government lovers, and if you say anything against the government, they're gonna just like, but government good.
Did you ever meet Duke?
No, I don't think so.
I see.
There's governments. Ugh. There's a guy named Government Supporter literally under us. Disgusting.
That's actually perfect timing.
What's your libertarian solution?
Voluntarism.
What?
Voluntary.
Is that where you can opt out? It's like
Yeah.
cookies?
Hell yeah.
US government cookies?
Yes.
What happens if you opt out?
You don't get the service.
Oh my.
Like they turn off all the utilities to your home, but like you don't have to pay taxes?
I mean, you could pay a private company for that.
You know what I remember
Like
yesterday?
you're just like, what's that country inside of South Africa, like Lesotho? That's just like completely surrounded?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I never heard of it.
I think it's Eswatini and Lesotho that are in South Africa.
Yeah. That's kind of brutal though. You're just like kind of in the weeds.
I don't know what,
I mean, there's
what you're
I feel
referencing.
it's like the gerrymandering. Like you want antiquity. It's weird.
I
to have,
mean,
like,
I'm
a bunch
against the
of-
government, so I'm not sure where you're gonna gerrymander.
Well, you have the opt-out mechanism, but like it'd be weird if you had like a bunch of like opt-outers, just like
Hell
scattered
yeah.
about.
Oh yeah, we don't want him. We don't want to pay. I don't want to pay for the government's wars. If we had people being able to opt out, right? The government would be more smarter about how it spends its money, because if we are able to opt out, right? They're not gonna. Then they would have more incentive to be more smart with their money, right? Like, because they want our money, right?
No.
There you go.
You know what I remember yesterday? Specifically about volunteering?
Hell yeah.
Dude, I don't even know how this came up because I wasn't paying attention, but this, yeah, oh my, it's just people were talking about volunteering to be a
Do
slave.
you have that on a state level? Like,
Oh yeah,
it's very
you
easy
can't
to, like-
volunteer. Okay, like I was making the argument. These guys are being like, oh, so you're an anarcho-capitalist, so that means that you believe in voluntary slavery. And I'm like, there's no such thing as voluntary slavery, because the whole idea of slavery is that it's involuntary. And they were just like so dead set and arguing with me on that. And I was just like, yeah.
I mean, you'd be okay with like temporary, indentured servitude, right?
What's indentured servitude? What do you mean by that?
Where you just like sign away like 5 years of your life.
Under libertarian society, you can't really. The thing is, we believe in self-ownership, right? So self-ownership means that you have the right to own your own. You are the owner of your body. But the
you
thing
don't
is,
own a thing, you can't sell it.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
well, ownership isn't based on selling. Ownership is based on whether you have the right to exclude other people from that scarce resource. That's how we define ownership. So if you have the right to exclude another person from that scarce resource, that means you are the owner of that thing. So because you can't relinquish control of your body while still inhabiting it, that means that it's impossible for you to like transfer the title of your body to another person. Now you could be like, hey, I'll work for you for this amount of money, right? But that wouldn't be slavery. That would just be a job. And if somebody's forcing you to work, well, then that would be slavery, and then I'd be against it, because then they'd be forcing you to work.
I just don't know where the line is between like a super,
whether it's
committed.
Slavery
What's
is like defined by whether or not it's voluntary or not, right?
No, I don't mean slavery. I mean involuntary. I mean indentured servitude and like a work contract. I don't know where the line is.
So like you could say, I could sign a contract with a company and say, hey, I'm gonna I want to work for you for like 5 years, right? But I can opt out of that contract. They don't own my body. At any point, I could say, hey, I don't want to work here anymore.
Now, can there be like a large fee associated with you quitting?
I mean, if they put that in the contract, yeah. Yeah.
So like, it doesn't.
But then
seem
it's
like
up to you to look
oppose,
at the, read the contract,
No, but it doesn't sound like you oppose indentured servitude, because I think that was the agreement, right? Like, you would
that's
basically
not,
do everything.
If you're
for 5 years.
involunteering, that's not like indentured. Like you're not being forced, right?
Well, I think the indentured part was like you'd come over to the country, and it's like if you wanted to leave your 5-year contract early, you'd have to like pony up like an absurd sum of money. Otherwise, you'd be like forced to work in the fields under whatever conditions. I say forced, but like it's just a lot of leverage.
Well, I mean, so long as you agree to it before the agreement is signed, then yeah, that's fine. But
so
again, they wouldn't be allowed to force you to work, though.
Um,
Nobody's allowed to force you to work.
I don't even by force, but like if you mean like enforce the terms that they
Now, if you
agree
work
to,
in the
surely.
future, they could garnish your wages, your future wages. Like they could take a portion of your money, right?
Well, I don't know about that, but
Like if that's stipulated in the contract, it would have to be stipulated in the contract. You know what I'm saying?
no, why
Like,
you couldn't do that for your entire life? Like, why can't I be like, hey, I'll give you my body for my entire life, but I can get out of it if I just pay you $1 billion. And I don't know like what's
but I don't
wrong
think
with that
I don't
in
think
your
any.
society.
I mean, technically, there wouldn't be anything. I mean, you can't give somebody your body. You would just be working for them in exchange for money. But I don't think anyone would ever sign that. Because, like, why would
Sure,
you?
but suppose you,
Why would you sign your life away for $1 billion? Just that doesn't make sense.
how does it work with children in your society?
Oh, this pretty much the same way as it works now.
The
Children
parents own them?
can't consent to their will is not really known. They're not able to make decisions for themselves. So because of that, we assign a guardian to take care of that person until they're able to take care of themselves, until they're an adult, like a parent, basically.
But there's no you can't like trade that, right?
I mean, you could transfer the title of guardianship to another person if you wanted to.
So you could buy a child essentially.
You're not buying the child. You're buying the right to be the guardian.
Yeah.
You're not the owner of the child. The child's still a self-owner. They just
No, but,
what
like,
you're
they-
doing is you're taking care of the kid. You're the right to take care of them is
That can include, farm labor, surely.
no.
No?
I mean, you can't force a kid to work
Why not?
because they're a kid. They can't consent to that.
What do you mean? If your parents are like, fuck you, you're like mowing the lawn today, like, it's kind of like you're shit out of luck. You kind of got to do it.
Well, okay. You could make your kid mow a lawn because that's not like farming them in a way, but you can't like go make them work in a coal farm or some coal mine
like
or something that's
coal mine,
gonna
but,
make
like-
them fucking like. It's got to be something that's not gonna have any measurable damage done to them until they're older. Like you can't harm them or damage them in any way.
I don't know. Does
Because
farm
like
work
mowing
count?
a
Like-
lawn to me doesn't like damage you in any way, as far as I can see.
Yeah, but like, say you're a farmer and like you're really short on staff, like you could just like adopt a few children, and they could be farm workers.
But don't like. So are you against parents using their kids as farm laborers? Like, is that
Not
something you're
really,
against?
no.
I'm not. I mean,
But the
I'm not necessarily
that
against
being
that as
the
long as the
outcome.
kids are being treated fairly. Like if you're like a farmer family and you have the whole family chip in to help out the farm, like I'm not necessarily against that as long as you're not like harming the kid in any way. Like like the Amish,
Yeah,
you know
just
what I
got
mean? That's like
the-
an example, right?
Yeah. All the orphan kids will just end up being farm laborers. Like the child, not slavery. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, but again, that's not slavery though. Like you still like want to be there.
Yeah. I'm sure the children do. I'm sure they're happy to be adopted by a farmer family.
Well, I mean, it's better than having no family.
Maybe. I mean, right now we subsidize it, but like you wouldn't.
I mean, there's other ways to subsidize children. Like they got charity.
Voluntarily.
Yeah.
Hmm. So how do you like enforce the like private property without the government?
Guns.
So then, is it really private property, or is it just like a free for all?
No. That's like might makes right. We don't believe in that.
Yeah, but how do you enforce anything other than might makes right if all you have is guns?
By shooting those guns.
Is that not might makes right?
No, because might makes right means if you have the might, that means you have the right. Well, we believe in property rights.
Yeah, I'm just not sure why that system would get enforced, not like a.
Well, we would have
of,
system
like,
of arbitration.
Have you ever played the video game Rust? Wait, hold on, you know the video game Rust?
Yes.
It's like an Ancap game. You have like Ancap property rights in that game. I don't know if you ever
I would
played
disagree.
that game.
I'm not sure I would agree.
Well, I was playing Rust the other day, and then my neighbors were being kind of annoying, but they hadn't progressed because they were like falling behind in Force Wipe. So I just like took my guns and I like took their land. Like,
Well,
what's
you
stopping
can't
me
do
from doing
that on
in
there.
the-
Like the thing is, that wouldn't. Those
Why not?
people aren't Ancaps. Those people aren't Ancaps.
What do you mean? I got the guns. They don't have the guns.
Yeah, but that's not Ancap. You wouldn't be an Ancap if you did that. You would be something else. You would be a
If
authoritarian.
the ANCAP society like falls apart if one person stops being an ANCAP?
Yes. No,
Really?
I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, it would work like most other societies. It would have to be like at least enough to make the difference. It doesn't have to be like 100% or even you know, does every single
it's like a
person
network
agree with
effect?
every single law that's in this country? No, but there's enough.
You mean like
you know, to make the
we'll
difference.
you'll make if I attack my neighbors, then the other neighbors will be like, hey, you can't do that, that's fucked up, and then they'll like defend the neighbors.
I mean, it could work like that, or you can have like insurance companies that you could go to an insurance company and you could be like, hey, insure my property, and then if someone damages your property, steals it, does something to it, then they would go and they would give you back whatever was stolen, and then they would claim the restitution from the criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played the video game Mafia?
No, but I'm aware of it. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Is it like that? Are you trying to say like it's like a mafia?
It's kind of like Minecraft factions, actually.
Yeah, but the thing about Minecraft factions is they always like fall apart. People always end up like just killing each other.
Yeah, but like you would have to ally with like the big factions to not get raided, right? Because they defend you.
Yeah.
On the
See,
ally
the thing
list.
is, like, oh hey Hemlock, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good, man.
Glad to see ya.
Yo.
Yo,
That's my friend.
So, is everyone here Ancap or?
I play an Ancap video game, but kind of keep that in the virtual
Rust? Are you
realm.
talking about Rust?
I think Minecraft Factions too is sounding like an Ancap video game.
I mean, it could be pretty Ancap. I mean, like you can have like a Minecraft server where you just be like, hey, let's follow the NAP.
Yeah. I don't think killing people is very Ancap. You know, well, it depends, but you know, you don't just kill random.
Or unless you're like
I'm
on
just wondering,
2B2T.
like-
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if Ancap is the way to go, then like why aren't the faction servers more NAP?
Well, because it's a video game.
That's not a good imagery breaker.
There's no.
It's a simulation.
There's no real. There's no real penalty for killing or dying.
I mean, yeah, in real life you can't just respawn.
Also, in these video
You're saying
games,
if we got rid of respawning, it'd be Ancap.
no, I'm not saying it would be Ancap. What I'm saying is that with a lot of these, the problem with a lot of these video games is that you can gather and do pretty much everything by yourself. Like unless you have like a specific video game, maybe like DayZ would probably be a better example because like if there's like a lot of scarcity in that game, so you kind of have to either kill other people, band together, work. There has to be like an incentive to get people to work together because in Civilization, how it is right now, what incentivizes us to like work together is the fact that we can't live on our own. So we kind of, in order for us to like live, we have to sort of work together and coordinate with each other, right? But in video games, it's not really like that. You can kind of like do things by yourself. In Minecraft, you could kind of just do everything by yourself, right? You know? So yeah, like it's kind of different. So like you would have to tailor a video game to like be as realistic as you can be. Maybe like Arma or like DayZ maybe as an example.
I mean, I think you have to make it so that, you know, if you die in Minecraft, you die in real life, and you just don't respawn. I mean, that would, you know, that would probably...
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
There was a video, though, it was like Minecraft Rich v Poor, and it was like if you die in Minecraft, like you have to quit the server, so it was like hardcore, and it had like 1,000 players, but it wasn't very ANCAP, and I was wondering, like, I guess there's just not enough, like, specialization of labor. Maybe not.
Yeah, because because like the thing is like in Minecraft, right? You got to think about it. After a while, like in Minecraft, it's not really that hard to get food, water, the basic things that you need to survive. And then after you get after you get all the basic things you need to survive, you don't really need other people. So once you interact with other people, you don't really need their help with anything. So what you end up doing for fun is just going around killing people. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, another thing is whatever event was hosted, like that Rich versus Poor whatever, right? Like it's probably just a bunch of random kids playing. They probably don't even know what the NAP is. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, just kind of adversarial.
I feel like there has to be a degree of respect for the non-aggression principle, or at least private property rights, like at least a degree of it, you know, to make the difference.
if you don't want to get killed, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, if Ancap was this like brilliant solution, like surely it emerged with video games. Like, there's so many video games, but it never happens.
Well, I don't know
but-
what. Well, for one, I have a Minecraft server of my own, and
Ancap server.
Yo, hey, about
So, what do you got to say about that?
Well, if someone breaks the rules, they get banned, though. So, like, you are the government.
No. See, we
You just
all
reinvented government.
No, we all collectively agree not to violate the NAP.
yo, what's the debate about?
Oh, we're ANCAPs. Me and my friend Hemlock here are ANCAPs, and
What's an ANCAP?
oh, an anarcho-capitalist is a person who believes in no government, no state. Well, I mean, no state, and or involuntary governance.
Think of like
and
Crypto Island.
and complete private property, as well as capitalism as the economic system.
So you believe everyone should have their own thing, but should be able to earn differently? That's
I
what I'm
mean,
getting at
that's
with it.
one way of putting it, I guess.
But isn't that just capitalism and communism?
No, because communism is collective ownership of the means of production, whereas the state, we don't believe in that. We believe in decentralizing the means of production to private property owners.
So socialism.
No, that's no,
I'm confused, bro.
no, it's not socialism.
I
In
don't
fact,
get it.
we're very anti-socialist. We don't support socialism.
All right. So, tell me, what do you guys believe in, like being an?
Is it
ANCAP,
possible
right?
there's like a coordination problem the market can't solve? Or
They believe
is
they
better
believe in the
solved not by the
non-aggression
market?
principle.
Wait, hold on, guys.
In the what? In the
one
what?
at a time. So, I don't know who. Somebody say
Okay,
something.
I'm gonna take it. See, this isn't an Ancap BC, so I can just take it
Mm-hmm.
because I just aggressed. But
Take it.
Is it possible there are just like coordination problems there, but are solved not by the market?
Coordination problem is only happens when you have a lack of private property rights in the means of productions, which is how the state runs things.
I mean, more precisely, like, is it possible that like Kosian bargaining is just not sufficient or is not as suitable as some other like form of cooperation? I don't know why this meta is the one we have to go for.
But because it works and it doesn't violate people's rights.
Yeah, but that's a circular, because you say the rights are the rights that we give because of the system we like, and that system is good because it protects the rights that the system gives.
I
And
mean,
so
No,
it's
I'm
like,
saying,
okay.
I mean,
Wait, damn.
do you not believe in self-ownership?
So I have like some prima facie internal conviction for private
Like, if I
property?
came up to you
don't
and tried to smack you on the ass, would you, like, just let me do it? Or would you have, like, be like, hey, don't touch me?
I don't know. I might.
know. I mean, there probably are like internal desires for like personal
Okay, so let's say
space. I
you
don't know if
didn't
that
want me
rises
to
the
touch your
level-
butt, and,
Uh-huh.
like, you told me, hey, don't touch my butt. Like, would you have the right to do that? Do you believe you have the right to do that?
Well, I'd have to do Kosian bargaining.
What?
What's cozy and bargaining?
What's that?
I'd have to
Oh my
pay
God.
you not to do that.
Ridify,
That's the market
Ridify.
solution.
He just believes in inherent rights. Just go with the inherent rights.
I think Orange Rick wants to step up.
Sure,
I
I
think
don't
he's-
care.
I think he's studied.
He believes in
before
inherent
stuff.
rights. Just go with the inherent rights. I don't know why you're acting as if like a government has to bestow rights on you to have rights.
What? I don't know who said that.
You did.
What? When?
You literally
Oh,
said
like,
that.
clip it and
Whenever
ship
you're talking
it.
about
I
human rights,
understand
it's circular because the government
Flip it and ship
bestows upon you.
No, I said the
Yeah,
rights
like,
that you
please.
felt were good that they protected were the same rights that the system prescribed as a means of it functioning. In the sense
Yeah,
that
you're
the
saying
system
that you're saying that a
justifies
you're saying that a governmental structure is bestowing these rights
Uh-huh.
upon people, so therefore they have rights, which is circular, and you called it circular. And what I'm saying is that there are inherent rights. That what KingSithis believes in is that there's inherent rights.
itself. That's his burden.
That's not his burden. That's yours.
No, it is
That's
his
not
burden. No, it
Well,
is.
I mean,
You're-
we-
you're- no, you're- like,
well, we all. I'm
the
arguing that
NAP
we
is like-
all believe in rights to some degree, and the only reason why I'm questioning you is to figure out what rights you believe in, because we all believe in rights, right?
That's circular. Rights and right. Come on now. No, I'm just playing.
No, I'm not.
Right.
That's not what I meant.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Like, we all
So
believe in
true.
rights, right?
Wow.
I mean, we,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we
I guess
can,
you're a
hold on,
wordsmith, Orange Rick.
hold on. Maybe
I'm-
maybe we can
Oh,
maybe we can go back to the coordination problem.
Man, there's a lot of people on this server. Sorry.
Yeah, 5. Okay,
Sorry.
anyway, so
No, I'm talking
Oh.
about my World of War. Go. Sorry, I'll shut up.
oh, okay, yeah. So, anyways,
Wait, is World of Warcraft Ancap?
Yes.
Is it actually?
No.
That's actually true.
I don't think so. I wouldn't say so.
No, I'm just
They're
playing,
feudalist or whatever, or medieval, whatever. Anyways, Kemlock, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. Reduffy, you should expand on what you meant by like a coordination problem that the market couldn't solve. So like, what would be an example of this?
I feel like you guys are really shit at paraphrasing me because I always ask them as questions. Like, is it possible there's such a problem that could exist? And then you flip it on me like you're asserting that. I'm like, no,
well,
I'm really interrogating.
I mean,
what the fuck? And there's indications from questions, big dog.
Holy shit.
Orange Rick, are you an Ancap?
No, I'm not an Ancap. We already talked about this, but I agree.
I'm sorry, I forgot about you.
I said that like your ideology is like plausible, but like not as plausible as other ideologies. So I don't like necessarily. I can agree with it, but not think it's pragmatic.
I mean that's better than nothing.
So is your concern a market coordination problem? Can you be a bit more specific, like a misallocation of resources?
I don't like this phrasing of like concern. I'm just wondering like, how are we so confident here?
Well, I mean, in a free market, supply is eventually got to meet demand because it's just profitable. I mean, if you're a supplier, you don't want to sell zero products. Think about it. If you're a supplier, you don't want to sell zero products, right?
I don't know how that relates to what I was saying. Sorry.
Yeah, so you want to allocate your resources. You want to sell your resources. You don't want to sell zero.
No, I agree that like efficient allocation of resources benefits both sides of the equation, sure, but that wasn't. I don't know how that relates to what I said.
Oh, maybe I'm stupid and I just don't understand your concern.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, what is your concern with Ancapism?
I don't know about Ancapism, but just like the market specifically. I don't know, like there's certain conditions for the market to arise, and then I'm not sure if those are like the only constraints we should add, or there are other constraints that might make it run better. And I'm not even sure like why we landed on those, other than just like it's the ones we learned in school. If there's like some reason why it's just those.
I don't understand the question.
That is a good point. I mean,
the contrast.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
I mean, I guess. Well, perhaps. Well, how about this? Perhaps people having specialized skills and trading specialized goods with each other is sort of required. I guess to have a like.
I'm not saying like what are the requisite circumstances that give rise to a good market. Just the structure of the market itself, like the private property rights, the Grand APA, whatever else, whatever enables you to buy and sell goods and do transact with labor and other stuff. Like, there's all that system there. I'm not sure like why that's the optimal structure.
Yeah, are you saying the NAP and private property like isn't the only configuration that can allow for a voluntary exchange?
I think you're in the like ambit of it. Just I'm not sure like why this like type of market configuration, free market, is like the best structure that gets you the best outcomes.
So the reason why is because of the economic calculation problem. Without private property within the means of production, you don't have trading of those private property, and when you don't have trading, you don't have prices. Prices are not these arbitrary numbers in which businesses just slap onto goods for no reason. They reflect their signals that reflect the supply and demand of that good. So without those prices, you are not able to know what is the most valuable way to use a scarce resource. So whenever you go to a store, you ever wonder like, how does the store automatically know what I want for how much and at what quantity? Well, the reason why is because they look at what you buy, at what price, and based on that, and based on the scarcity and the information that they have, they can make a determination. And if they make a wrong determination, based on prices, they can make profit and loss calculations. And profit, if they're making a profit, that's a signal that they are doing the right thing. If they're making a loss, that signals to them that they're doing something wrong and that they need to tweak or make adjustments to change what they need to do. But with the state, you do not have private property within the means of production. You just have somebody at the top coordinating what they think is the best, based on what they think where things should be, based on what they think is the best, and that is never going to be as value productive as having millions and millions of people buying and selling things, and then prices arising from those transactions. There's like also the knowledge problem, which is the idea that each individual person has special knowledge that cannot be collected by any central authority. So because of that, anytime there is a central authority making some sort of decision, there's so much information that they could have had that they don't have because they don't have the prices to signal that knowledge to them.
I just don't know if this rises to the level. Like, I hear what you're saying, that like information is like scarce and sparse, and a decentralized system can better aggregate and respond theoretically, or at least less costly because it has more direct access to information. Maybe, but then like among like decentralized systems that like allow people to coordinate, I'm not sure why this particular breed of system is like the best one.
Well, because we want to maximize that. We believe in
Maximize what?
Well, the property rights. Property rights allow for the maximization of price coordination. And when you have the maximization of price coordination, you have the maximization of the goods going to their most value productive route. But as of right now,
what does it even mean? Maximization of price? How do you measure that?
Based on prices. How you know whether or not something is scarce or not scarce is by looking at the price of that good. Like, so for instance, imagine if you tried to build a house without knowing the price of steel, labor, bricks, and all the things that are associated with building a house, and then trying to sell it and make a profit with those price signals. You're basically shooting in the dark. You have no idea. Prices sort of give you those signals to tell you what is the most valuable way of creating goods in the market.
Wouldn't that just lead to
I don't think this rises to the level. I think what you're saying is like, this is sufficient for some level of price discovery, which is probably true. But then to say that it's necessary doesn't follow.
And I can't think of any other theoretical way of allocating scarce resources any more efficiently than the price coordination system.
What's that Christian argument called? The transcendental argument for God? Where they basically say, hey, God must be real because every other worldview just sucks. And then you ask them, like, hey, are you on Idiot Island? And they're like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not basing my ideology on something that is not real. I mean, price coordination is something that we can see in the real world. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm being like...
It does give so much monetary power. It's true.
Hold on. Price coordination, I could show you that price coordination, countries that use price coordination generally have they increases wealth over time, whereas I can't show you God, right? Like
that's true.
Well, you're not being shown God. You're being shown like some explanatory power. Likewise here, what we're not being shown is necessity. We're being shown sufficiency. You're saying, well, I mean, this system gives rise to price discovery, so clearly it's the best. And I'm like, well,
okay, if you don't think if there is another way, you would have to give me some theoretical way of allocating scarce resources to its most valuable productive use without prices. Like, I'm not sure how you could do that.
I feel like you could perturb like your system like ever so slightly at every possible juncture, and you would still get price discovery. And so I'm not even sure like why you draw the boundaries where you do.
I'm not sure what you mean. All I'm saying is that the only argument that I'm making is without prices, you can't know the most value productive route for all scarce resources.
No, I agree. Price discovery is important. No, I agree. Price discovery.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how you can allocate scarce resources to its most value productive route without prices, without those price signals.
You could agree with me that like multiple systems could still have price discovery, but they might not equally so.
It's always going to be less efficient than the price coordinated system.
Property, which is slightly different, might have better price discovery. It's like totally.
It's always going to be less efficient than a price coordinated system because when you don't have prices,
what does it mean?
It's always going to be less efficient. You don't know what that means?
Price coordinated.
I don't know what price coordinated means.
Price coordinated means that
price coordination exists.
Sorry,
I really hope you know that price coordination exists in every single like economic outlook.
Why are we getting so much aggression here? This is an NAP VC.
Nobody's mad, bro. Are you okay?
I'm not saying anyone's angry. I'm just saying that like when somebody else speaks, they have the talking stick, and that talking stick can't be taken.
No, I'm letting him talk. I said he's okay.
Yeah, well, yeah. Like,
I said he's fine.
let you guys talk. I let you guys talk multiple times. I thought I was.
I said he's fine. I don't have a problem with him talking.
I'm joking. Yeah.
Hey, nobody's violated the NAP around me, alright?
I think they have.
True. So, well.
All right, go ahead, Orange.
I hope you know like the holy fuck. Now I just completely got derailed. Never mind, bro. Fucking continue.
We're talking about price coordination. So price coordination is.
Yes. All right. So I hope you know that price coordination, like value system, is like implemented into every kind of like economic framework ever to exist. Like you have to have some sort of like aspect of price coordination. Now you can like take price coordination as like face value, and then only branch off of price coordination. But other economic frameworks go off of like a multitude of different price point valuations and or like price valuations. But if you're gonna go strictly off of that, that would be the best way to do it, like to like deduce what is like scarce and what is not scarce. I.e., that's why it is the best economic framework. Largely, like a bunch of economists agree with the exact same thing. Is that
even most socialists? I mean, even most socialist economists agree with the economic calculation. I don't know of any socialist that would disagree with the ECP.
No, but hold on. The previous point was like there's some distinction between price coordination, private property, and the systems that arise from that, and price discovery.
You can't have price coordination without you can't have.
I didn't know what the difference was.
Yeah, you can't have price coordination without private property and the means of production.
What is price coordination?
Price coordination refers to the way prices are guided and aligned the decisions of millions of buyers and sellers in a market economy. Instead of a central authority telling people what to produce and consume, prices just basically are signals.
Price discovery?
Yeah, prices.
Price discovery?
So what you do is
There's no difference.
So how businesses know what people want, right? So for instance, like a diamond. Diamond sellers know that people really, really want diamonds when the price goes up, and that gives them signals to them as to how much what people want and what quantity.
Is it the feedback loop between price discovery that involves people reallocating resources to be most efficient? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that prices allow people to be most efficient because those signals give them the information needed to coordinate it to where it's most wanted.
Okay, and those signals can only come from your brand of Ancap.
No, it only comes from private property. It comes from private property exchanges. That's where prices rise from.
Only?
He's right. That's a fallacy. The prices doesn't equate.
Prices come from private property exchanges.
Well, that's an argument of sufficiency, but what's the argument for necessity? Like, why is it unique?
Because without that, you don't have those signals. If you don't have the signals, then you don't know the best way to coordinate that scarce resource.
You can have
categorically.
You can have an aggressive system with prices.
How do you know that?
Because of the economic calculation problem. This has been studied by many economists for many years. You could look up the economic calculation problem. There's nothing that I'm saying that contradicts anything that any economist would.
It just doesn't rise to the level. You're saying, hey, to be most efficient, it probably should be fairly decentralized, given this like scarcity and cost of information. It probably should be decentralized. Okay, granted, but like there's not only one decentralized system that could give rise to price discovery, surely. So then I don't know why we're saying this one. Do you know another system?
What is the other? Do you have an example?
Yeah, we could literally take everything you just proposed and we could change like one tiny bit and we'd still probably get price discovery. There's so many different places there.
It's a high bidder system.
Pedantic. Holy shit,
you're using in a bidder system. You're still using prices.
It's just the question is like your particular brand of market everything has like these nuances and precise distinctions, and it's like I don't know if any of those are justified. Because like I feel like I could change half of them and it would still get you price discovery.
I mean, is there an alternative to voluntary exchange to determine prices? Like what is the alternative to voluntary exchange of private property?
To voluntary
exchange. It's like I trade you an apple.
Is that different? Is that a subset or is that a superset?
It's something. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by
superset? Is a superset of private property? Like is private property one form of voluntary
understand what
exchange,
that
or is that
word
all
means.
forms of private exchange?
A super what?
Do you have subset, superset?
I know a subset is part of something.
Yeah, is private property a subset of what you just talked about, or are they like identical?
I don't think those abstractions are relevant. Voluntary exchange is something that occurs between
Is private property a type
owners.
of voluntary exchange, or is it like the only voluntary exchange?
They're not. Voluntary transaction requires private property because you're transferring property.
Does it?
If I trade, I mean, okay, so yeah, you can trade an apple and an orange and say, oh, they're not actually owning the apple and orange, I guess.
No, you gotta be for a trade to happen, you have to be the owner of that thing. It has to be
but
between
that
private
makes
property ownership.
Well, sure,
Yeah.
yes, in the sense that yes, you have to be able to hold the apple and eat the apple. And, yeah, but that sort of makes it. I think it makes ownership. It makes it like an.
No, the only point that we're
non-absolute-
making. Hold on, I'm like it. The only point that we're making is when you trade your private property with another person, you create prices, and those are signals that basically allow for buyers and sellers to determine what's the most valuable way to put those things.
Yeah, the market.
And without that, then you don't really know how to allocate scarce resources. You're doing it arbitrarily from the top. That's what the government does. They steal our resources, and then they arbitrarily just distribute it based on what they think is best.
Is it possible you just have like a problem that isn't coordinated well through a market?
I don't know. What's the question?
Maybe in the short run.
Is it possible you could have a problem that's just not well coordinated through a market?
What do you mean well coordinated though?
Resources aren't as efficiently allocated when done so through the market as through other means?
Well, there's no other means of allocating scarce resources to your most value productive route without having private property.
That's not even. How can you know that?
Because you can't discover what's the most value productive route without prices.
Which is only a feature of private property?
Yes, because you can't have prices without exchange of private property. Unless you're just making fake prices, but then those are fake signals and are going to lead to fake allocations of scarce resources.
I don't know the game theory enough, but surely you could have a circumstance where buyers and sellers would do better to like vertically integrate or like cooperate together rather than engage in like adversarial market trade.
If they can cooperate.
But that's what we're talking about. That's cooperation. People trading goods and services between each other is cooperation.
Not really.
I mean, nobody's forcing you to buy it, right?
But I think in like game theory, when we say cooperative, we mean like sharing information in a way that like is mutually beneficial, but like if you were to defect, it would benefit you more. It's like you're maximizing for the group's expected value over yourself, which I think is distinctly different from like the
no, socialism would make it worse.
This is very abstract.
Like the prisoner's dilemma.
Wait, why is that
the prisoner's dilemma? Like you're talking about game theory and how yeah. So that's not really, that doesn't really have much to do with what we believe in. That's like something completely different. Because game theory is more just like a what's the best outcome for, like you're trying to figure out what's the best way to get the most best outcome for you. So you know, so for instance, I don't know, it's kind of complicated, but it's not the same as what we're talking about.
I'm not sure how you can be so confident. Like, I think like the simple case is like you have two people in a game of whatever sort, and like if they work together, like the expected value of both of them increases, but if one of them defects, the expected value of that individual person does better. And so it's like a weird situation where like if each person were acting like independently into their best, you know, most sensible ways, they would actually be worse off than if they had just like worked together. And I feel like you get these coordination problems with like, what do you call it? The tragedy
private property.
of the commons?
You talk about like well, yeah, but the tragedy of the commons arose because of when you didn't have private property in the means of production. What you had was groups of people, basically a group at the top saying, hey, we're going to put all of our corn in the middle, and people take to each according to their need. And what ended up happening is because nobody really owned anything, they just grabbed up as much as they could, because if they didn't grab it, then other people would grab it. But in a situation, so and when winter came around, a lot of people were basically starving to death because well, people weren't kind of just grabbed up and did the least amount of work that they could while grabbing up as much as they could. But when they divided the property between each individual person, and they were allowed to keep the value of their property and their production, they made sure to produce as much as they could, because if they didn't, then they would fail. And that incentivized them to basically make more money together and cooperate with each other and making as much money as they could, as opposed to not.
What's your solution to the like suppose you have like one person polluting, so you have a factory polluting, and it's gonna pollute, you know, all the houses that are adjacent. What's your like libertarian Ancap free market solution to that?
Well, if somebody's polluting on your property, that's a violation of your rights, fundamentally, you know. So then you would be owed restitution for whatever measurable damage that is being done to your property or person.
So you would have a right to the air around your property?
Not necessarily, but if somebody is burning like air and something into the air, and then that air, as a result of their actions, starts to say damage your lungs to the point where you're no longer able to breathe anymore. Well, then that's some measurable damage done to your property, done by another person's property because of their actions. So then that person would basically owe you restitution for the crime committed against you.
Could you buy the rights to the air around your house if you just wanted it to be nice?
I'm not sure there's any real way to homestead air, because air is like it's not something you can really like. I mean, like you can have air in a can, like that's one thing. But
wait, why can't you enforce that?
Well, because air is a non-excludable good. Generally, like you can't exclude me from the oxygen that's in the world. So
sure,
it's
but you
treated
could say that
differently.
like, in this like volume, there better not be like smog, otherwise someone's getting fined.
Yeah, like I said, if somebody's burning smog and then you have some measurable damage done to you or your person or your property, then yeah, that person would owe you money.
Yeah, but why can't I buy like the rights to have smog in a particular area?
Well, because I don't think you could really own air. It's not a really an excludable
Well, it's not like the
good.
molecules, but like the type of air that would be within a region of space would be like what you'd have right to.
I mean, you could own in the sense that there would have to be some sort of measurable damage done to your property. So unless you prove, I don't think you can really own air.
Hold on.
Why can't I have rights to that? That's so lame.
So do you mean like if you just owned like a plot of land, like are you allowed to, I don't know, have smog there? I mean,
want to buy
probably-
like rights to the airspace. I want to like own the airspace. I want to be like, hey, no smog particulate better be coming in here.
Yeah, so under the property ethic, the only way in which you can own something is through homesteading or voluntary transaction.
That's so
I
lame.
can't think of any way in which you could homestead or voluntary trade air.
I don't want to
maybe
live
there
there,
is,
dude. If there's no way I can like buy the rights to not have smog on my property, what's even the point?
So if somebody violates your rights by putting smog on your property and then damages your property because they put that smog there, well then yeah, you would be owed restitution. Like I'm literally giving you the answer that you should be wanting. Like if somebody is damaging your property or polluting on your property, do you not agree with me that that person would owe you restitution?
I'm not sure how you. I think.
Wait, I just want a quick yes or no to that,
harm.
real quick. I just want a quick yes or no to
Repeat
that. Are you not owed restitution because of that?
Because of what? You read the
If
whole
somebody
thing?
damages your person or your property through smog or any sort of pollution, you're owed restitution, right? You would argue that, right?
Not always.
No? Why not?
Not always.
Alright,
Because
so
it
why
depends
not?
what you mean by damage. Because if by
I said
if by damage, you just mean, like-
measurable, some sort of measurable damage done to your person or property. So I'm not sure how much more specific I can be.
I can clarify, like, if you mean like make it less preferable for me, such that I would
Some
like
sort
pay
of
you not to do
measurable
so.
damage done to your person or property.
Like there are like well agreed upon norms in a community about like what's good, what's
Some
not
sort
good,
of
and you mean
measurable
what's not good.
damage to your person or property.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how you like would resolve a dispute there.
Okay, so you would have to have some sort of measurable damage done to your person or your property.
I mean, you're just like asserting that there is like some fair
So
standard.
you can't
we could
measure
apply
the amount
there.
of damage done to another person's property?
I don't know if there's a fair standard there. That's like.
Okay, so what you would do is you would
universal.
calculate what it would cost to replace the stolen or damaged property, and then they would owe you for that.
No, but my question is more like, suppose I have like some idiosyncratic attachment to the air around my place, and I like that it like
You
has
cannot
some, like,
homestead
obscure
or
attribute.
you cannot homestead or voluntarily trade oxygen because it's a non-excludable good.
Well, no, I'm not saying the atoms themselves, but just like the volume of space. I don't
Again, you
understand why
cannot-
like
you cannot-
transact.
Why wouldn't you? Hold on.
You cannot
Hold on. Why
own
wouldn't you?
empty space.
Why wouldn't you just own, like a plot of land where nobody else has plots of land, and just make own like a very fucking huge plot of land, like let's just say 100 acres, then you'd be more like inclined to pollute the fucking air because it's not gonna reach anybody else. So it'd be like 100 acres.
I don't think this engages with the principle, but like I appreciate your.
You cannot
engagement.
own empty space because it's not a physical object.
No,
well, I mean,
why
suppose
wouldn't you just own
I
100
wanna,
acres and pollute the air?
Suppose I want, like, can we trade like?
As long as there's no
can I be-
measurable damage being done to another person or their property, then you're fine. If there is, then you would owe that person restitution. I don't know, like,
Sure,
how
but
much
it's-
more simpler I can be with this. It's
Because
like the
every
most
time I try
simplest
to someone else
explanation.
speaks, or you just don't listen. But like, I'm not sure. Like, what if I just really didn't want airplanes flying over my home, despite the fact that like objectively,
You cannot own space because
why
space is
can't I
not
buy
a
that?
physical
Why
object.
can't I buy that?
Because it's not a
It's a
physical
common
object.
good.
It's
That
not a
works.
physical object. You can only
Not even
own physical
no.
objects.
KingSithis, don't even
Why
give him
would that
that. It's a
matter?
common
The only
good. It's a
way that we
non-excludable
can
good.
have
It's a
ownership-
non-excludable good.
It's louder
the
than
only
words.
way
It's
we
a
can have
non-excludable
ownership in your
good.
society
Thank you.
is through enforcement, and I don't know why we
Oh
couldn't
my
enforce it.
god.
It's
You're
not
just doing mental pedantics.
It's not
dude.
a physical
Holy.
object. You cannot own non-physical objects. I don't know how
Yeah, but
much
there's a
more clear I
reliable
can be.
mechanism.
Look,
There's a reliable
Yudepi,
mechanism
look,
to enforce
if you
it.
want
Like, how is it any different from anything else in your society?
Because it's not physical.
Why does that matter?
Because
Reason.
you can only own physical objects.
Why? Justify that.
Because it's excludable. You can't exclude somebody from non-physical objects.
You absolutely can exclude someone from going on your like 3 meter by 3 meter cube of air.
But is it ethical
Absolutely.
though? Is it ethical though?
Wait,
Is
it's
it
not
ethical
about-
to do that?
Wait. You may own the land. You could stop them from going on your land. But if I'm hovering in the airspace, you can't stop me from doing that unless you have some measurable,
Yeah, but
unless you have
fucking-
some
I got a
way,
gun, I can shoot you
measurable
down. I'll
damage.
shoot you down.
No, that's not how
Why?
it works. Because then you would be violating
Why?
my property rights. It's very simple. Like, I don't understand what
It's
you're not
not.
getting. It's like so easy.
No, it's not at all. Like, if
Are
the only
you,
reason that we
like,
even have
simple or
property rights
something?
is because we have a mechanism to enforce it, and we have equal
Why
mechanisms.
can't you just
to
own the
do it.
universe? Why can't you just own the universe? Why can't you just own the entirety of the globe? Like that's your argument. That's what you're trying to make
I'm
here.
just
It's
gonna
like
turn down
why?
this orange dude because I don't think it's very
Yeah,
intelligent.
good
I appreciate
bitch,
it.
good
Why
bitch,
can't
good
okay,
bitch,
I'll just
good
make the
bitch.
I'll just make his argument. Why can't you just own the whole universe?
In your system, because you can't enforce it.
Exactly.
What?
That's what I'm
Yes,
saying
you
about
can.
space. That's what I'm saying about. That's
You can
exactly what I'm saying.
Absolutely enforce someone hovering a drone over your property. You can absolutely shoot people down. What do you mean?
It's not space is not an excludable good, so you don't own
Well,
space.
let me make it simpler. Like, if a country wants to protect their airspace, they absolutely do, and they enforce that by shooting people down.
Then they would be violating that person's rights
Why should they have the right to fly in someone else's airspace?
because you're not the owner of that space.
Now you're just asserting it. You're just begging the question.
Because you can you
They have the
can
right
you
because they
own
have the
space?
right.
You can own space.
In the sense that you get rights through their ability to be enforced in an equitable arrangement, as you said earlier. Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why
Can't own
not? What's the
space
difference?
Because it's a non-excludable
What's the difference?
good. Because it's a non-excludable.
What does that
good.
even mean? What does it
Because
even mean?
It means you can't exclude another person from air.
I can absolutely exclude you from going over my airspace. I can shoot you the fuck down.
Yeah, but then you would be
How's that any
violating. You don't
different?
own the
market
airspace,
system
so
with
therefore you'd be
voluntarism.
violating that person's
Do you
rights.
understand how circular and retarded this is? You're saying, hey, you don't own
Just
it
because
you
you're
can't
having a
enforce
hard
it.
time
And you
understanding
can't
does
enforce
not make it
because you don't own
circular.
it.
If just
Wait,
because
can
you're
you
having a
respond to
hard,
that?
everybody else is able to understand this. You're the only person that's incapable of understanding it.
Why are we doing this cringe appeal to the room? You're saying, hey, it's not, you don't have a right to it because you can't enforce it to be excluded. You can't enforce it to be excluded because you don't have a right. We've just got in a giant fucking
No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is
Property
so
enforcers
property
will
rights
provide their
only
services
apply.
to the highest
Property
bidder,
rights only
not the
apply.
lucky and rightful owner.
Property rights only apply to scarce resources because you can exclude another person from that scarce resource. You can't exclude.
Wait, so
hold on.
I can't?
Air is not something in which you can exclude another person from.
Why can't I don't, like, feasibly or ethically? Like, what are you saying? Like, absolutely can shoot
Feasibly.
people down? What do you mean?
I mean, you could shoot somebody,
What
but
do you
then
mean? You
you'd
don't
be
think
violating
countries
their
have,
rights.
like, you don't think sovereign countries have airspace that they defend and have exclusive right
Just say
to?
it's not
Ethically,
pragmatic.
if you
Just
do
say it's
not-
not pragmatic.
Ethically,
No,
if
but,
you
like,
do not
feasibly.
hold on. Ethically, if you do not own the air space, if you shot somebody down who entered it, you'd be violating their rights. It's very simple.
But I'm not asking ethically, just like feasibly, sovereign nations.
Well, feasibly,
have
you could shoot
sovereignty
somebody
over
who's
their
in the
airspace.
sky. Yes, you could shoot someone
And I
in the
could
sky.
enforce exclusion. Right? I can make it exclusory.
Yes, you could, but then
Exclusionary,
but
whatever
the
it is.
problem is you're not the owner of the air of the space because
Yeah,
space
but
is
the
not
reason
something
why
in
I'm
which you
not
can own.
the owner. Okay, the reason you said that I wasn't the owner is because I can't make it exclusionary. I can't feasibly do so, but I can.
Because it's a non-scarce resource. Space is an...
What?
Air is a non-scarce... The airspace is not something in which you can
There's
homestead.
only so much... What do you mean? There's only so much airspace.
Because you can't homestead the airspace.
What's the argument for
Ancap
that?
property rights artificially restrict
He's just being pedantic, bro. He's just giving you the most unpragmatic answers. Oh, yeah, I thought you turned me down. I thought you turned me down, you good bitch.
I did. I turned down to like 50%.
I'm giving them.
Hey, Redify. Answer this question. How is that pragmatic? How is that pragmatic? Answer how shooting down like a drone inside of your airspace. How is that pragmatic?
To be honest, enforcing airspace is actually probably easier than enforcing ground space.
Yeah, but like if we're gonna use the same logic, then why wouldn't it be enforceable for me to just kill anybody that's walking the face of the earth? It would be also be feasible. No, Redify.
Well, that's just not true.
Redify.
Protected than land. It's easier to defend the air than the land. What do you mean?
Okay, it keeps frigging. He keeps frigging. Hey, Redify, it would be the same case if I were to own the entirety of the world and I could just kill everybody on the top of the world. Like anybody that's living on top of the world, I could just kill. No. It's basically like an infinite resource that everybody has grasp to.
I can't shoot down.
Yeah, and I can shoot people that's walking the face of the planet. I can shoot people that walking the face of the planet. I can just kill everybody.
Is it feasible for me to like enforce my property rights on Uranus as it is above my house?
I'm not talking about other planetary systems. I'm talking about the planet, the one that we're living on Earth.
Do I own the space above it?
Yeah,
and around it.
That's what I'm saying. If I live on Earth, right, and I own Earth, and I could just kill everybody on Earth because I own Earth.
How much of that space do I own?
That's why you're so dumb.
20,000 feet up.
Fucking stupid.
So how did you get to that number?
Guys, there's a serious problem here.
He's just being pedantic.
How would you homestead air? Like you need an objective link to from yourself.
Because that's what you can enforce. KingSithis.
Again, did you homestead the airspace?
Yeah. Okay, can you clearly define homestead? Because maybe there's
homestead would be mixing your labor with the land or embordering it in some way.
Mixing your labor with the land?
Mm-hmm. You never heard that term before?
Or the scarce resource.
Transforming some sort of scarce resource into something else. You can't do that with the airspace.
Wait, so hold on.
The only way in which you could own an airspace is if you had boarded it.
If I have what?
For instance, if I put a gigantic dome over my land, everything inside of that dome would be mine.
What's the reasoning there?
Because I've boarded it. I've claimed it as my own.
Yeah,
Wait, so how is like me having like a rocket launcher and shooting down planes any different from like how is it Iron Dome any different from a
because you are not
glass
the
dome?
owner of the airspace. You have not boarded it or homesteaded it.
Oh no, hold on. We're talking about feasibility. Feasibly.
I'm not talking about feasibility. I'm talking about ethically.
Well, we're talking about embordiment, right? Like in terms of embordiment, how is an Iron Dome less of an embordiment than like a glass dome?
It's not.
So an Iron Dome is embordiment.
Yes.
So if I shoot down the planes that go over my land, I can emborder it.
No, because they're not in your property. They're over your property.
They're in my Iron Dome, which you agreed was my embordiment.
If they're trespassing, then yeah, you would have the right to shoot them if they refuse to.
Well, trespassing assumes that it is my property to begin with, and you're asking if I can even allocate this as my land to begin with. Homestead.
If you've homesteaded it, have you homesteaded it?
I've embordered it.
Okay, that's homesteading it. So then
so
you
would agree that I can. So, okay, so I can.
If they're trespassing, yes.
Okay, that's assuming the question. But, like, you agree with me? Yes, I can enforce the.
Do you not know? Oh my God! Like you're just asking me the most stupidest questions I've ever heard in my life. Like,
are you crashing out right now?
There's an easy answer. There's an easy answer. Okay, Redify. What if you just
study more? I think you should read more. I think you should think more, drink some more water.
Okay, Redify, what if I told you that if you just grab like a 60-foot pole, okay, grab that 60-foot pole, place it on your land, okay, and that is the maximum airspace that people are allowed above. Like, they can't go past the 60-foot pole. If, like, they reach 59 feet above your property, then they would be trespassing your property and you're fully within your rights to shoot down the said, like, drone. Okay, now if you put a 100-foot pole, or maybe if you do, like, a 200-foot pole, now you have a 200-foot pole, you have claimed this airspace. Now you're more within your rights to say, hey, if anybody comes past this airspace within the confines of my quote-unquote domain, I will be able to shoot you down. That is an easy answer. That's an easy answer. You can just shoot it down. You can just shoot it down. You can just shoot it down.
I'm not sure that would apply. That would be embordering. It would have to be some sort of like.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, like just having a pole up in the air. I'm not sure that's
It's a strip pole.
A stripper pole. I put a
200
stripper
feet
pole
in
in
the
the air. I own the airspace now.
Yeah, you own the entire
I gotta
universe.
put I gotta put labor on land, so I'll put the stripper on
No,
the pole.
no.
to
What
make
you
sure
would
it's
like
being
if
used.
you can't really. I mean, you could border an airspace in the sense that you could put like a dome around your property, and if somebody enters your property, you could tell them to leave, and if they refuse, you could shoot them. Yeah.
Yeah, but why not an
simply
iron
because
dome?
somebody
Like, this guy
flies
doesn't
over your,
agree.
well, simply because somebody flies over your land, you can't just shoot them down. There has to be like some measurable damage done to your property or person.
Why?
Because then you would have no reason to. You would have nothing to take them to court for. There's no victim. There's no crime.
I thought encirclement was just as good as what do you embroiderment is the like I don't understand
but
like
it would
why
have
is
to be
embroiderment only
unowned
physical
land.
fence? Yeah, it's unowned air.
Have you homesteaded it?
No, I've embroidered it.
That's homesteading, you fucker.
I've iron domed it with my rocket
Okay,
launcher.
so I've already answered this question. Why are you asking me the same question over again?
That wasn't a question. I've answered your question.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You know it already. There you go. Now you understand anarcho-capitalism. Good for you.
Oh, Iron Dome. Okay, that's a good one. No.
Well, now I'm wondering like how we would.
Missile launcher.
I'm actually wondering like how we would facilitate the trade of this airspace. Now that we've agreed that we can.
Well, you can sell the
embroider
Iron
airspace.
Dome. You can be like, hey, you want my Iron Dome? And then boom. Pass it to the next.
Like the
seller.
right to the Iron Dome would confer to the right to the airspace, but only insofar as it's like if you
So long
slept
as you're
on it, if you
bordering
disabled
it, yeah. Assuming you're bordering it, yeah.
Wait, so if I like own land, but then I get rid
Oh
of the fence,
my
is it no longer
god,
my
why do
land?
you keep asking me the same shit?
Wait, you didn't. I didn't ask you that question.
Okay, what? What's the same? What?
If I get rid of my fence, is it still my land?
Yeah.
So then, if I have the Iron Dome up and I get rid of it, it's still my airspace.
That section that you Iron Domed.
Okay.
KingSithis, by Iron Dome, she means the missile launching system of Israel. Like,
What?
you know,
I
the
thought you
Iron
meant like a physical Iron Dome.
No, she meant a missile launching, like an
Oh, I don't
automatic
know.
missile
I
launching-
didn't know. I thought you meant like a legitimate Iron Dome. That's
Yeah,
what I
hold on,
thought.
I gotta.
I
Yeah,
don't know what
that's
you- I'm
diabolical.
not- Oh, then I was confused.
Yeah. In the case of a missile launching system, that doesn't border the airspace you're trying
Oh
to
no,
claim.
a missile launching system.
Yeah,
that's not a no. I wouldn't
yeah,
consider it. No.
No, that's.
I
not
thought you meant like a legitimate Iron Dome, like a legitimate.
Could no, like, wait, KingSithis, what about this?
Wait,
what if I, like,
why not? How is it any more, less of an impediment to someone like using the
Because
the
you're
land or
shooting
the
them.
air?
Because you're shooting them.
Yeah, you said on ground we shoot people. That's what.
Yeah,
we
but you
enforce
can't
land.
just
We
you can't
them.
just shoot somebody just because they
Guns
went in your
shoot in the air
airspace.
too.
No, that's not how
What do
that
you mean?
works.
I've
I've
embroidered
explained
it.
why.
I've
I've
embroidered
explained why. I've
You
already
didn't.
explained why. Yes, I did.
Well, hold on.
Then you
You
just
did
have a
not.
hard time understanding. I don't know what to tell you.
Nope, no, you did not.
I've explained this already. If somebody else wants to explain it, then you can go ahead. But
You're still good faith and repeat it.
I don't
Yeah,
feel like
I
repeating
tried
myself.
to-
Maybe you should have listened
You're not
harder.
very
I
good,
don't know
Nick.
what to tell you.
You didn't explain it all. You
I
said
know what-
you said the reason why you can only homestead that which you embroider, and to embroider is to exclude. And I'm like, okay, how do I exclude people from my land? You said by shooting them. Can I shoot people in the air and thus claim the air? And said no.
No.
Why?
I never
You can't
said
do
that to exclude somebody is just to shoot them. I said you could only shoot
You
trespassers.
said use guns.
I said, and the
said
only
you
way you could
enforce
be,
private
if somebody
property
could be
with guns.
trespassing on your
Use
land
them.
is if you own the land. And the only way that you can own the land is if you embroider the land. And how did I say
You
that?
said the
What did I tell
Uh-huh.
you need to do in order to own and land?
Gotta embroider it.
Okay, so there you go. Answered your question. Move. All right, next
Yeah, and to
question.
embroider is to exclude, and the way in which we exclude people is we quote use our guns. That's a quote from you.
I
So I'm
never
just wondering
said
like
that.
why I can't use
I
the guns.
never
in the
said
air.
that
Yeah,
a
you
single
said,
time.
You did though.
Okay.
You're on clip.
Okay.
You said we use our guns.
Clip it and
How do
ship
I
it.
actually
Clip it and
exclude
ship it.
people? You said
Clip it and ship it.
clip it and ship it. You stole that.
Yep, I did.
Did you know? Oh, you hold on. Just like good faith. Like you did say that. Like you
I did
used
not.
them.
If I
You
if I
used
said
them.
that, that's not what I meant. That's not what
I'm
I meant.
just wondering, like clear, like.
I'm
me,
clear.
like,
I've
if I
been
can-
as clear as I can be. I don't
No,
know how
you
much.
haven't.
I'm not gonna sit here and repeat
No,
myself
no, no,
over and
no.
over and over and over and over again.
I'm not even asking you. I'm not even asking you. I'm asking someone else. I'll let the other enlightened. I'll let Henlock answer this because he's such a Chad.
Okay, go
If
ahead.
it's easy, if it's just as feasible for me to shoot someone on ground as it is for on air, how is that any different insofar as
How
the
is
embroiderment
feasibility
concerned?
the basis of legality? I don't.
Because I was
what
told
is
that the
concept?
ability to exclude is what gives me right to own.
No, I didn't
No,
say
I
that.
don't-
What we
I
said
don't
was
think it's
embroidering and homesteading was makes you the owner. If you were listening,
Wait, so,
right, you would have understood that from the beginning.
So hold on. So to be clear, you're saying there's a difference between being able to exclude someone and embordering someone or embordering the land? Are those not synonymous?
Embordering the land is claiming the land. That would make homesteading the land.
You emborder that which you exclude, right? And air can't be excluded, and therefore you can't emborder it. Is that
well, you
what
could
said?
exclude somebody using some sort of like dome, right? But then
like a missile launcher.
But that's not the type of launch because you're shooting somebody. That's not the same.
How's that any different from me enforcing my like?
Because you're shooting somebody. A fucking fence and shooting somebody is not the same thing. If I put a fence up, right,
What's the difference
and
in
I
others?
am displaying, listen to me, I am displaying to other people that I am the owner of this land. If you don't have a fence there and I walk on that land and you just shoot me, you're not displaying to other people that you're the owner of that land. So that person didn't deserve to get shot. They were unknowingly trespassing on that land. They didn't know they were trespassing on that land, so they don't deserve to just get shot.
It's okay, so if I play like a siren noise and I'm blasting, this is my land, I will shoot, get the fuck off. Then I'm good, right? Because I've notified them.
Yeah, but
I've
you
made
can't
a good faith effort to
homestead the
notify,
entire
right?
air with noise.
Well, no, hold on, if it's
You can't
notification, then,
homestead the land with
clearly-
noise. No.
You can't use audio. Bro, I'm gonna homestead the universe with very loud noises. The
Yeah,
aliens
bro.
are gonna
Like, do you hear yourself? Like, you're trying to make the most crazy absurdum to try to debunk us, but you just can't.
Surely you can be notified through sound. I mean, even
It's
then,
not
like,
about notifying, it's about homesteading,
This
bro.
is a serious issue.
Yeah, but you said the
Affects
reason
more
why
than
it's not
You're making
homesteading
my
is
brain
because
hurt,
people aren't
dude.
notified.
You're
You said they'd
making
be
my brain
unaware.
hurt.
So the unaware, yeah, because you're stupid.
How are
So
you
the
going to
unawareness is what makes
How are you
being
going to
homesteading.
border the air with sound? How are you
Well, I
going
was
to
told to
border it?
homestead is to lay stake to land in the sense that before I shoot someone has to know that it's my land. I have to make them reasonably
no, that's
aware.
not what homesteading is.
That's what I was told. I don't care. That's what I was
No,
told.
you keep.
I was
no,
told that I
you-
can't
you-
homestead the air
Yo,
because people
KingSithis,
can't
repeat it
reasonably know
again.
that it's my land.
Again,
But
when it
I don't
comes to
know-
trespassing, the person has to willingly and knowingly go onto your property for you to use violent means to remove them. For instance, if I walk on your property and you don't have a fence there, and I walk on there, I don't know that's your property. You can't just shoot me in the face. You would have to notify me that's my property, I need to leave. Then if they say, no, I'm not going to leave, then you would have the right to shoot him. If somebody walks onto your land and you just shoot them in the face, you're not displaying to them that you're the owner of that property before shooting them in the face. You're not giving them a chance to knowingly violate the property right before they even go onto that land. Bordering makes you the property owner. Whether or not you're allowed to shoot a trespasser is whether you've displayed to them you're the owner. If they defy after being displayed that they're the owner, then you would have the right to shoot them. But only,
is it actually your belief?
It's very different. It's very simple.
Is it actually your belief that like there's no possible way that you could display that you're the owner of the airspace just as well as you display that you're the owner of the ground space?
No.
You actually think
if you're not displaying, listen to me very carefully. If you're not displaying that you're the owner of that property in any way and somebody walks on it, you would not have the right to just shoot them because they don't know that they're walking on your property. For you to shoot them, you would have to display to them, you are on my property, and if they refuse to leave, then you would have the right to shoot them. What you're talking about is, I'm bordering my property because if somebody walks on my property, I'm gonna just shoot them. You cannot just shoot somebody without bordering the property. Shooting somebody for going on your property is not bordering that property. Very easy, very simple.
I agree. You said the standard was display. My question is, the one I just asked you was, is it possible that I could display my ownership of the airspace?
The standard of homesteading is not
just as much as I could display the ownership of the ground
Oh my god, you
space.
weren't listening, dude.
Display is a property
Wait, yes or
claim.
no?
You need to own
Is it
the
a yes or
property
no,
for your
my
claim
You
to
have
be
to
valid.
own the clan. You have to own the land first.
You said it was display.
And then, if you want to shoot, if somebody comes onto your property and trespasses, and you display to them that you are the owner, and then they chose to stay, then you can shoot them. It's not the property ethic. What makes you allowed you?
Problem.
Like, you're not understanding. It's like the most simplest thing ever.
I don't disagree. The question is just if it's if display is the standard, if notification, if reasonable disclosure is the standard, how is it the case that you're so confident you can't reasonably disclose your stake in the airspace?
Have you homesteaded it?
Oh my god, can we just answer this?
Have you homesteaded the airspace?
It's the problem.
Can you reasonably display your ownership of
Have
the
you
air?
homesteaded the
Is that
airspace?
possible? is it possible that you could reasonably display your ownership of the land?
Yes,
Or the air?
using a dome. Yes, using a dome.
Yeah, what about no the dome? What about like a sign? Can I use a sign?
Well, you have to own air before you can say that you own it.
Yeah, you have to own the airspace, and the only reasonable way to homestead an airspace is putting a dome around it. So no, you can't.
Ownership yet. Why is it just the dome?
A sign is not enough because you have to homestead the
Why not?
airspace. Because you haven't homesteaded it.
I'm just talking about display.
The only way for you to own something is for you to homestead it. And the only way for you to shoot a trespasser is if you display to them that you are the owner and they defied that.
I'm
it's
just
very
wondering
simple.
why a sign isn't adequate display as much
Because
as
you cannot homestead using a sign.
No, but
very
display,
simple.
Display,
very.
D-I-S-P-L-A-Y,
Okay, I'm done. This guy just doesn't get it, bro. He's just brain dead.
I think the problem.
You can see
hold on.
You haven't named a single reason why a sign
You're making my brain hurt.
Because you're stupid. You should drink more water.
I think the problem is that
fucking idiot, pedophile.
Hold on. I think the problem is that Redefi thinks indicating a property claim is the same as homesteading. I think this is the problem.
That's not what we said.
Yeah. Homesteading is a different concept. You need to homestead.
We're just talking about display.
A scarce
We're
resource.
Only display. It's like step one in the analysis.
Yeah, again, you're not listening to us.
The analysis.
I just don't know why like the giant like glass dome is better than a sign. That just doesn't make sense to me insofar as displays are concerned.
You need
using
to
a
have
dome homesteads it.
Whatever.
I'm done. Go ahead.
We're not talking about homestead. We're talking about display. You're so slippery.
You're a fucking pedantic prick. I hope you know that.
Yeah, you just
but you don't think there's a difference between display and homesteading?
He does this in every single argument. I hope you guys know this. He does it in every single argument, and I warned you guys about it beforehand.
You just don't get it.
Guy before. He's just a liar.
I'm not a liar. I've seen you do this in multiple arguments.
Just like on tape, on 4K display, you've completely crashed out.
I mean, you can say that all you want.
You genuinely can't think of a reason why.
I've given you many reasons, and you just don't get it.
You haven't.
I have.
You haven't.
Yeah, all right. You're more than welcome to rewatch the video on my YouTube channel. We've given you the answer many times. You just don't get it. That's your problem.
You said okay. I mean, I'll be good faith.
All right. So, is there any other person that wants to debate? Or
the adequate disclosure.
I'm not going to repeat myself to you. If you want to listen,
why does it matter?
If you want to hear what I said, you can go on my YouTube channel, re-listen to what I said, and educate yourself. You had the chance to hear what I said when I was speaking. Now. We're going to move on to something else. If you're incapable of moving on to something else, I'll be more than willing to kick you out of the group.
Evictor!
That would not be NA.
Nigga. Eviction. Let's go!
This is the Ancap. They just fought through.
Yeah, it's property rights.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, but this isn't physical. You can't have a fence here, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, we own
Discord
it.
text signage can't count as disclosure.
No, we homesteaded this channel.
No, you can't because you don't have a fence. There's no dome.
No, we're mixing our labor with the channel. There's two ways to homestead. There's mixing labor with the resource
the loophole.
and bordering with your property.
I love how Redify thinks like legal speak is like loopholes.
That, signage can't be disclosure.
Bro, this person just throws out random words and random concepts and thinks they're a genius.
Word sign?
They're not even engaging with the actual arguments.
Do you not know what a sign is?
You're delusional.
Right, there you go. It took me a little bit, but
fuck that mother. Oh, sorry.
All right. Anybody else?
That guy was like absolutely absurdly delusional.
Oh my god, that guy was literally fucking the most retarded person I've ever talked to in my life. I think we could all agree that you can't homestead oxygen, right?
I mean, maybe if you can enclose it. I mean,
maybe you could put it into a can. Like that's maybe something like that. You know, then that would be homesteading.
CO2 cartridge.
Listen, hey King.
Okay, what's up?
Mr. O'Hare from, what do you call it? The Lorax. That guy.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Fuck, you got me. Fuck.
Hey, King, there's a debate we're waiting for, though, so.
Any other questions, inquiries?
Not really. I just like to shit talk that guy. That guy's the most pedantic prick I've ever seen in my entire life. He thinks like legal speak is loopholes.
That guy was making my
up,
brain hurt,
bro,
man.
She brings up random concepts like game theory, superset. Like she just throws around random
No,
words.
he's a Phil bro. He's a Phil bro. And there's nothing wrong with being a Phil bro, but like he's just like an absurd.
But she's not engaging with the argument. She's not steel manning the other person. And the thing is, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
It's all good. Ugh, that person was making my brain hurt. That's all I could say about that.
Yeah, that's the most annoying thing about like debates online sometimes, where the other party just tries to throw a bunch of terms at you, and they'll act like surprised you don't know them, and they won't explain them, or this like.
No, they're just trying to farm attention. That's why they have weak egos, and you know they think, oh, I've outsmarted this other person. Like, no, you haven't outsmarted anyone. You're fucking dumbass. You should get slapped in the face.
I don't join the tail end, but like sometimes people get stuck in jargon. Like if you're like in one like kind of sphere of like I don't know debating or philosophy, you use those terms a lot. But I don't know. I feel like people just.
But if you're not using the terms to describe anything,
just like talking in circles.
Yeah.
And you should realize at that point, dang, I'm not making any progress with that person. They should probably like stop and like reevaluate if you want to even continue debating or start explaining stuff.
Some people are like this, right? They'd be like, if I could keep this debate going, the first person that gives up is the loser. If you give up, you're the loser. So he thought that because I got tired of the conversation, I'm like, ugh, all right, I'm done. He's like, oh, yep, you lost.
No, there's a solution to this. You challenge the other person to a physical fight and you beat the shit out of them.
Yeah,
that's the solution.
Yes.
That you challenge them to a fight. If they pussy out, then you win, right? But if they take the fight and beat them up, and their friends are gonna help them because they're pussies, so their friends are pussies. So you beat the guy up, you break his fucking skull, and then you go to the hospital. You explain to the brain surgeon that hey, this guy's annoying. The brain surgeon's not even gonna operate on him because like he is pretty annoying. So he fucking dies. It's like good riddance, It's. Anyways.
Yeah. Oh, here he is.
So I guess Ancap wins. I mean, everyone seems to agree with Ancap.
Oh, of course we won. Another Ancap win, of course, for the win.
Yeah, everyone just agrees with Ancap. Yeah.
It's a lot of people in here. What's up, guys?
So there's nothing interesting. I'm gonna leave because I don't want to stay around for too long. My sleep schedule is kind of fucked.
Well, I mean, you don't have to stay, man. I mean, you can hang out for as long as you want.
All right. Well, fair enough. Well, it's been good talking to you all.
Can we talk about how KingSithis is supportive of dog rape and everything related to dog rape?
Wait, are you a vegan?
Oh, this is interesting.
Are you a vegan?
No.
Well, oh, okay. So you think it's okay to kill a dog? You could torture a dog.
No, you think you think dog
you think you could torture a dog, but if you rape a dog, oh, too much. Oh, that's way too far. Doesn't make sense, bro.
Because it's the level of harm exceeds the threshold, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't think so. I'm getting the guy who's guy's humping it for a reason. You're getting more pleasure out of it than the harm. And listen, if you're the owner, if you're the owner of it,
shut up. No. The wage gap theory.
Wage gap? What do you mean?
Wait, hold on.
Dude, it's the wage gap theory. Shut the fuck up.
What are you talking about?
This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying.
Like, dude, you're such a dumbass. You don't understand that since Obama became president and Dwayne the Rock Johnson walked on water and grass turned upside down, that you think that like dog rape is okay because like the false equivalency between like the fucking wage gap theory and also like Gravity Falls not being on like the 4th season right now.
Wait, so you're a vegan?
What the fuck is your problem?
You're a vegan?
No, I don't believe dog rape, bro.
Okay, so you do think it's okay. Wait, so you're against dog? But wait, do you support cow rape? Do you support cow rape?
No, vegans are in favor of dog rape.
No. Do you support? Are you against cow rape?
Yeah, of course I'm against
Okay, so then you don't support artificial insemination then?
No, like I
No, that's you're impregnating a cow.
Bro, you almost made me
You're
choke
sticking
up
your
on
hand
it.
inside of its vagina and artificially inseminating it. So yeah, it's I don't see how that's
like
much
I
of a
believe in
difference.
artificial insemination in the sense like
so you could rape
rape
rape the cow, but you can't rape a dog. That's got you.
No, that's not what I said.
No, that is what you said.
Good.
How was that
good try,
not
man.
rape?
Good try, man.
How was that not rape? You're literally artificially inseminating the animal. You're sticking your hand inside its vagina and squirting fucking cum inside of it. Yeah, you're supporting animal rape. Yeah, I got you.
No. I don't support the animal rape.
You just
wage gap
okay. So
theory.
then you're against artificial insemination. Then
Are you against the wage gap theory?
I don't believe in the wage gap theory.
You don't believe in the wage gap theory?
I'm not against the wage gap.
So you don't like Legos?
What does Legos have to do with this?
You don't know like what Legos have to do with the wage gap theory?
No. That's why I asked.
Come on, bro.
How do what the Legos have to do with the wage gap?
You're such a bad human being, bro.
Oh, got you. And you support animal rape.
No, I don't.
You do. You support artificial insemination. Artificial insemination is rape. You're raping that animal.
No, I said I don't support that because of the wage gap theory.
Oh, okay, got you. The wage gap. So then, how are you gonna get the cow pregnant?
Other cows that like are also near the cows.
Oh, okay. So then the other cow is gonna rape the cow. Gotcha. That makes it okay.
Well, how does the one cow rape another cow?
By forcing them to have sex. Did you ask the cow for its consent beforehand?
No, like the cow just like already just lives near it. It already homesteaded it, so.
Oh. So I guess cows don't have rights then, because if they get raped by another cow, that makes it okay.
It's not up to me whether the cow rapes them.
It's only cows. Cows are not allowed to be raped by humans. They're only allowed to be raped by other cows. Got you.
What?
What are you talking about? I just told you, like, I did nothing for the cow to be like raping the other cow.
No, you did. You left the cow with another cow, and then that cow rapes that cow.
Like, how was I gonna know that they were gonna rape him?
How much wood could a woodchuck
So you guys support cow rape? Got you.
Honestly, yeah.
How would I?
So you have like two friends, and leave them in a room, and one rapes the other. Is that really your fault?
Yeah.
That's the question.
I mean, if you force them in the room, if you force them in the room. But the thing is, cows are not humans, so it's different.
Oh, they're not humans.
No, so animals don't have rights.
Aww.
So I'm perfectly okay with saying eating an animal, artificially inseminating them is perfectly fine with me. I don't give a shit.
So why do you support dog rape? Then?
I've answered the question. Do you want to hear it again? Do you want to hear? You want me to repeat myself? Is that the question? Is that the thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So animals do not have rights.
So gracefully. Okay.
Well, like, what if I gave him rights?
Are you like jerking off to this conversation or something, or because you like every time I come in here, you always talk about dog rape, and I just think it's a little bit weird how you're always trying to talk about dog rape, and I just want to talk about anarcho-capitalism, and you always want to talk about dog rape.
I mean, I heard about it from this.
I've never in any conversation came into a room and is like, hey guys, let's talk about dog rape. But every single time I hear you come into this room, you're always like, hey guys, let's talk about dog rape, and I'm just like, God, man, I just want to talk about anarcho-capitalism, and you just want to talk about dog rape. No, I just think it's a little bit weird. I just think it's a little bit odd that every single time I see you, you want to talk about dog rape.
I don't say you have to.
No, I just think it's a little bit weird that every single time I see you in the room with me, you want to talk to me about dog rape.
One time, I heard this guy named KingSithis talk about it once on AP.
Wow, you were just like really.
I found it very funny.
You just think about dog rape a lot. Because like every time I see you, you just always want to talk about it.
When I think about you, I think about dog rape. Yes.
God, that's weird, man. Maybe you should stop thinking about it so much.
Well, maybe
normally I don't really think about it. I don't really think about it that much, you know. So, but you guys are always talking about it. You believe in the animal rape too. You just told me you support animals being inseminated.
No, do you actually believe in dog rape?
Did I say it? What do you mean by believe? What do you think believe in dog rape? What does that even entail? Like, do I think it should be illegal if you're the owner of the dog? No.
Bro, what
do I think it's right? Do I think it's right? No.
Yo, Sithis, you're joking, right? You're joking. You gotta be joking.
Animals don't have rights.
Yeah, but like...
See, this is what I'm saying. Like,
wait, are you a vegan? You guys are vegans?
No, I
am.
Bro.
Okay, so you guys are saying it's okay to eat a dog, it's okay to kill a dog.
I just said I am vegan.
But if you have sex,
I just said I am vegan.
So you are a vegan?
I just said
I'm not a vegan.
Okay, so then at least you're consensual. At least you're consistent. Whereas these guys, they're not very consistent. They're saying like, oh, you could factory farm a dog, you could rape artificially rape a cow.
Even if I weren't vegan, it would be okay.
Huh?
Bro, you're the
Even
one
if I weren't
supportive of
vegan, it would be okay.
That doesn't make any sense because you're saying it's okay to kill a dog, it's okay to eat a dog, but if you artificially inseminate a dog, or it's okay to artificially rape him that way, but if you rape it in this specific way, then it's bad.
Whoa.
No, like I'm saying, right? Like if I think that like subjectively like raping a dog is bad, okay, and then like majority of society also thinks that raping a dog is bad, like it's probably
If the majority of society
bad.
thought raping a dog was good, would it then change your opinion? Because now you're
I
appealing
mean,
to the majority
like
opinion.
them Chinese, you know, the Chinese.
It would influence me, but I don't think it would change my opinion. No.
I guess it wouldn't influence.
These things are right.
So I guess it wouldn't be
like
influencing.
naive democracy. That's like the argument.
So you're saying it's
if
like
the majority of people say this is how it should be, we should all be able to do something very bad to one person that make it okay. I don't think like that's where rights come from. I mean, animals may have rights, but it's just not the same as human rights. I mean,
I don't think they have rights. If you're the owner of that animal, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Like here's what I think, right? I think cows should be able to rape other cows, but like humans should not be able to rape cows. You know what I'm saying?
So no artificial insemination?
No. I would like only like if I were to eat meat, it would be only.
Oh, wait, can you eat a cow?
Cows.
Can you kill a cow?
Yeah, I mean they're grass-fed cows.
Wait, so
like,
if I came up to you and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna either rape you or shoot you in the head," which one are you gonna choose?
Rape me or shoot me in the head? Why do I have to answer this question?
Well, because one is clearly worse than the other one, and you're advocating. You're saying like, "Oh, these things have rights," but I'm gonna allow the worst thing to happen to them, but something that is less bad for them is perfectly it should be banned.
I'm not the one raping the cows, though.
That's not my question. Not my question.
Yeah, but like that's what you're taking out of the scope.
No, what I'm saying is that you're saying it's okay to kill an animal, but you can't rape it, and that makes no sense. That's not consistent at all.
Like, because I think rape is worse than killing.
I
think some things are worse than others. I don't think that's necessarily like wrong. I mean, again, it's not as consistent. If that's like what people kind of change, like that's fine. Like, well, I guess like a sort of related question is, I'm just like playing devil's advocate. Like, what if it was anarcho-capitalism with limited like animal rights? Like, you can't rape an animal. That seemed bad. Would that be okay? You can't rape an animal. You can't. Children can't consent. We'll say 18 to 21 or whatever. Would that make Ancap like more or less okay? If that was the only thing that was changing, I'm sure to like talk about something a bit more different, more interesting.
I don't know,
if you guys want to.
KingSithis didn't feel the way he did about dog rape. I don't know if I would have the opinions I do.
So it'd be okay, you think? If animals have limited rights, like you couldn't like torture them, like insanely can't rape them.
Hold on. I just want to get this out right. Like, okay, KingSithis, you think that like, if I gave you an option to get raped every single day, 24 hours a day, or I just like kill you, hold on, or I just like kill you, which one do you think's worse?
That's. I mean, I guess it depends on the person, but I mean, to fundamentally one, like you're talking about doing one thing to another, torturing a person every single day for the rest of their life, and then or just shooting them. Yeah,
because
I'm not sure.
Like I think one instance of rape is gonna torture you for the rest of your life. That's why I think rape is worse than death. Right?
Yeah, but again, I'm not advocating for people raping an animal every single day for the rest of their life. I mean, unless they own it.
Right? Neither am I. Neither am I. Right? Like, I'm not advocating for those things. Okay, but like, since
I'm just saying, there's no rights violation.
Death,
the only thing that would make a difference to me is if you could prove that there's a rights violation going on. I don't believe animals really have rights. I don't think animals have rights.
Like, why? So you think it's okay for like other people that own dogs to rape their dogs?
Did I say okay?
Okay,
like, why are you asking me the same question over and over?
It should be.
As if I'm going to give you a different. I'm going to give you some different answer.
I've only asked it twice so far.
Okay, so what was the first two answers that I gave you? The first two times that you asked?
It's permissible, I guess.
It's legal, but do I think it's okay? No. Very simple, very easy.
Like, would you like with like Ancap society? Would it be like bad if you just like outlawed it? Like that one thing, like you can't dog rape.
Yeah, because then you'd be telling people what to do with their property.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm an absolutist.
Anybody else want to Anybody else want to take this over? Or?
I'm an absolutist.
Like stealing it?
I'm against dog rape personally, so that's how I feel about that.
I got you. But you're not very consistent. You'll at least admit that, right?
Well, what do you want me to be consistent about? You don't really know me.
You're not being very consistent.
In what way?
Because you're saying it's okay to kill a dog, it's okay to torture a dog, but if you rape it, oh,
When did I
not
say
too
these
much.
things? When did I say these things? When
You
did I
can't
say
eat dogs?
When did I say that was a good thing or something you should do, or shouldn't?
So if you're on an island and you have the choice to eat a dog, you wouldn't do it? Or die?
Probably not, unless it was like.
So you would just let yourself
I don't know,
die as opposed to eat a dog?
If it was a feral, well, okay, I think I don't know. I mean, I guess,
Who
I
cares
guess
if it's
I'll say I
feral
don't
or
know.
not? It's still a dog, right?
Well, no, because like wolves are different than dogs, right? Like.
Did I ask
Eat a
you if you would
wolf.
eat a wolf?
Yeah,
I asked you if you would eat a
yeah.
dog. Okay, the
Yeah,
clear
wolves
answer
are
is yes,
different.
you would eat the dog. Like, I don't think you would let yourself
No,
starve to death.
No,
I don't think, I don't know. I may not know you that much, but I don't think you would let yourself starve to death in order to keep a dog alive.
You're projecting now.
No, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe you would just let yourself starve to death to save a poor dog. Me, I would shoot
not.
that dog. I would stomp that dog out and eat it right away to keep myself alive. Absolutely. I don't give a fuck. It's me or the dog. I'm picking me.
I mean, like, I guess the thing that's not clear with like animal rights is like how are they apparent? I mean, is like the issue. I think libertarians would argue that like if you can be rational, you can reason with them, they get rights. I mean, sometimes they live through death or whatever, but like animal rights just aren't as overtly apparent. You can just say it's obvious you shouldn't rape dogs, but then someone could also claim it's obvious you shouldn't not rape dogs. Well, how do we know who's more right? You can't just say, well, more people, because then it goes to the whole thing. If more people think something also we think is currently bad, as like just people,
Why would we
does that make it right? Like,
Yeah, you can say the same thing about prostitution.
Reason, because
wait, say that again, Reducto. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You can't reason. I think you would still grant them rights. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to make it more clear, like how do rights get given to animals, and also, of course, how do rights get given to people, like, or how do they have rights, like inherently, or is it given to them by someone? Stuff like that.
Well, the argument, I don't know about this whole like concept, because people's conception of rights can get complex, but you can just say it's wrong to harm an animal for trivial reasons. Eating meat is a trivial reason to harm an animal, so it's wrong to not be vegan.
That's almost like it could work, but then like, what if someone says for trivial reasons, it's okay?
That's arbitrary.
Like, is it based off the person saying it? Like, what gives like one person or group of people the right to say something is okay?
I'm just saying for you, it's your if you're a subjectivist, it's just your preference. But if you're you can either A, say it's okay to harm trivially, in which case I'm gonna ask you about, all the cases you could drown a puppy in a bathtub or stick your dick inside of a golden retriever puppy, right? Like I can ask you all of the questions. If you say yes to all of them, yeah, you're consistent. You look like an idiot and you lost the debate. But I mean, like you could go down that route if you want. The other route you could go down is you could say it's not trivial to kill an animal to eat meat. In which case I'm gonna say, okay, well, let's say you have a nice chicken breast on your plate, but you have a nice puppy and you just prefer the taste of puppy today, so you throw away the chicken and you just slaughter your puppy and eat that instead, even though you had perfectly good food in front of you. And in which case you're gonna like have to be consistent and say yes to that, and you're gonna look like an idiot again, so you lose again. So either way, you just gotta go vegan.
Or you could just say animals don't have rights.
Yeah, and then we're gonna run a consistency check on that just to make sure. You're gonna lose that as well, and you'll have to circle back to veganism.
You're saying subjective because he thinks he's winning because he's being consistent, and that's what he values. You're saying you're winning because it looks so absurd, and it's also arbitrary. But I understand what you're saying. I think it's a good litmus test for a lot of things. Does that feel right? I don't think it has no value.
Arbitrary, right? Because I would have this position behind a veil of ignorance, right? Like if I were coming into the world as any being, I didn't know I was going to be a human.
No, I was agreeing with you.
From chicken, I would still have the same view of sentiocentrism, so I'd value sentience. So as long as I am a being, I'm going to have rights guaranteed. I'm going to hold that position consistently. So it's not necessarily arbitrary. Like yours would be, where you would say, oh, if I was born as a human, I'd have rights. If I was born as a chicken, I'd want the chicken to have rights. So you just flip-flop depending on, the veil of ignorance outcome. So your position is...
saying it, obviously, would want rights. like whatever being would probably want their rights to be preserved, at least the right to life, in the least, if not other like harm.
Now, of course, you can have a bias towards the species you are, but if you don't know which species you are, you're gonna want to be more impartial, right? I mean, like we do that.
I think like that's like the human supremacy fallacy. Not that you're making it necessarily, but like you're saying people fall for that, where humans are somehow different than the rest of nature and they're subject to different rules. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I was saying if you're impartial, you wouldn't have this view.
Impartial, you wouldn't have the view of what? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm still trying to understand.
So here's the problem some people get locked into when they're doing ethics. They reason backwards to the position they already want. Like, it's motivated. And so, using motivated reasoning, we could say, okay, well, I'm a human, and I don't have the short end of the stick in this situation. And so, of course, it's fine to dominate animals. We do. It's legal. Why would we want to change this? Well, they're already comfortable in their position of security of oppression, right? And so if they didn't know whether they're going to be on the long end of the stick or the short end, they're probably not going to reason that way at all. They're going to use a completely different reasoning system.
I think I understand what you're saying. As you're saying, it's based off like whatever you're as an individual, you're going to be biased to try to find rationale support your side. I think the point to
look towards ad hocness for sure. The other is not.
Yeah. Like again, a starving person is more likely to commit even rights violation, even if they're like an Ancap. It's not like people. I'd like to maybe pretend like, man, I would never steal that penny, or if I'm on an island, I'd never take a bread that's essentially the guy doesn't need the extra bread or whatever.
My only thing is that you're only consistent if you're a vegan. If you're not vegan, then you're not really being consistent.
Well, then why wouldn't you just say that?
You could say it's fine to kill sentient life, and then you could kill Jews and kill black people. You could kill every group, including animals. And now you're consistent again, but again, you just lose every.
Or I mean, that would make you consistent, but then you would be saying, "Hey, kill me then."
KingSithis says, other libertarians, I'm not sure this is correctly necessarily right, but they're saying the reason why humans have rights in particular, the different people who interpret this, is like that thing is humans can reason or the capacity to reason. Mm-hmm. You could argue in principle and stuff. For example, the reason why children can't consent, even in libertarian values, because they can't really reason the rationale or explain that. Therefore, they're kind of like property of their parents, kind of in a way. Again, some problematic things that can be deducted from that as well. Don't get me wrong. But the reason why animals don't have rights is they can't reason. You couldn't reason with an animal, hey, this is my land, do not trespass. You put a fence and stuff, but they don't really understand the concept. You couldn't really explain to it, hey, you've done a rights violation, you owe me $10 or whatever equivalent. Therefore, they don't have rights, which is consistent. If they ever discovered a species later on was actually intelligent and rational, that means the other person can be held accountable. Like, dang, orangutans or whales, they actually do have some like pretty high level rationale. They can understand the concept of crimes, or I can explain it to them at least. Therefore, it means they would have rights. At least some libertarians. I don't know.
Yeah,
about
so like another way
of
no, I agree with you on that. Another way of putting it is like you can't take a dog to court, right? And have it explain its actions, right? Because it's not going to understand what it did was wrong, or why, or the complexities. Whereas a human being, you could sort of explain to them what they did wrong and have them sort of understand it. I mean, they may not agree, or they may agree or disagree, but they could at least understand it, right? Animals don't have that capacity.
Also, back on you, being like, so like, let's say an alien species come in and they think we're super irrational. I mean, they don't understand our language. We seem very primitive, and they did bad things to us. Which is why some people who are like maybe like vegan anarchists, I don't know what to call them, they would say we should probably try to reduce suffering in even other animals, just because we know that like animals are suffering, even killing them, or we're doing these other things. So we don't want to maximize suffering, because what if we were at the short end of the stick? Therefore, we should probably not do these things to the other animals. Like, I know that's what Michael Humer's point kind of is.
No, I get what you're saying, but the thing is, like, there would have to be some sort of demonstration that there is that capacity for animals, and as far as I can tell, I can't really see that.
Is that kind of like Pascal's wager? Like, I mean, you could be right, you could be wrong. I don't know. I mean,
but I'm not trying to I don't generally go based off of that Pascal's wager. Like, it has to be.
Yeah, I know. I'm not necessarily the best argument. I think a lot of people have problems with it.
Because like you can't, like again, like you can't hold an animal like take it to court and be like, oh well, you committed this crime. All right, what do you have to say for yourself? Like, they won't understand it. They'll be like, oh, So.
Yeah. I mean, that just sort of makes my point. I mean, I think that the rationale for humans having reason in like some libertarian spheres is a bit more robust than just they're human. Like they would transfer hypothetically even to AI if it could prove that it had just reason. But it's kind of funny because nowadays large language models are pretty convincing in terms of like the human Turing test, like at least in certain circumstances.
I mean, if you could demonstrate that you know, that they are, you know, sentient, you know, then you would have a point. But I don't know how you would. I'm not sure how you would do that, and I'm not sure how you would do that. I don't know how. That's something I guess we'll have to deal with in the future when AI comes around. But I mean, if let's say there was a situation where like AI was legitimate, like sentient, then it would have rights. Yeah. Excuse me. Hello, Dvorich.
You?
Are you an Ancap?
No.
Oh. Boring.
Need like an and a half like Ancap or whatever, and a half anti-Ancap. So we had an interesting discussion. Orange Rick and Pang Nguyen has been holding the line. That's why I'm on their side, or maybe not. I don't know who the other positions are. Liquid and
What did you say? Did you just draw me, you dumb fuck? What did you just say, bitch?
Yeah, I get in the room. I want to get everyone's attention. I mentioned, yeah, I know Orange Rick. I was in a VC with him once. Every single time, everyone's like, huh? Like, they're impressed. I'm assuming.
I mean, I think I honestly want to move on from the animal thing, personally.
Is that because you believe in dog rape?
Oh my god, because I feel like I've said everything I need to say on it. I don't repeat myself over and over and over and over and over and over. Dog rape, dog rape.
Anarcho-capitalism, like libertarianism?
Huh?
It depends on who you ask.
Is anarcho-capitalism like libertarianism?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. It's libertarian to its in its most consistent form.
Not all libertarians are ANCAPs, but all ANCAPs are technically like libertarian. Like libertarian is opposite of authoritarian. So more individual liberty.
You to lean away from. Well, the way I look at the government, they take, you know, they collect the taxes and then they disperse them to like things that are like improving well-being of society. If you remove that central planning mechanism, I'm wondering how your system works in general.
Well, first off, taxation is theft. It's a forceful extraction of wealth from the innocent. If I do not pay into the system, the government.
But not all theft is wrong, right? Like if.
Yes.
It, like increases net well-being to a sufficient degree. Like if you're a deontologist, maybe you could say it's always wrong, but.
I'm a deontologist. I'm not a utilitarian, because in weird utilitarian land. Hold on, I wasn't done. In weird utilitarian land, I could come up with a weird hypothetical in which like killing somebody or raping somebody or murdering somebody would be perfectly legitimate, so long as I could give you the outcome that would make it, that would satisfy whatever utility you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, so I mean, I tend
it's always wrong to rape.
I tend towards threshold deontology, where like the cases where it's not obviously apparent that it's like absurd, you would just, you know, have a deontic view. But for if you had to steal a penny from a trillionaire, or if you don't, then like 1 million children are going to get raped and killed. It's like, well, it's very obvious, like, which is the correct choice there to me is that, of course, the billionaire, right? Take the penny.
Yes, but then you would owe that billionaire 2 pennies.
Why 2?
Yeah, you would if you stole his penny, you would owe him 2 pennies.
But what if like you just couldn't, you wouldn't, there's a stipulation, you steal it, you never pay him back.
Oh, well then that guy's shit out of luck.
Yeah, but would you?
I would say that's it. I mean, fundamentally, I mean, you are violating that person's rights. Like we could both agree with that. You're taking his property without his consent. Now, whether or not, like, do I think that you're necessarily wrong for doing that? Well, no. Should what you're doing be legal? No, because I believe in private property rights. But do I think that you did anything necessarily wrong? Probably not, because like 1 penny is not that big a deal. But I'm talking about me fundamentally. What I care about is whether or not like stealing should be legal or not. And I don't think it's okay. I don't think stealing should be legal.
Yeah, as a heuristic, we can say it's
And if you
wrong,
did
and then,
steal a
like,
penny, you
they
would
go
owe
to
that guy 2
court and you
pennies.
make a case to the judge. Yeah, but if the judge, if you made your case to the judge, they're like, we're going to prosecute you for this, and you say, look, I saved 1 million babies from being raped.
You would make
in
you
this
pay him 2
situation, and I
pennies.
had no
You'd be
other
like,
choice.
listen, bro, you got to pay him 2 pennies.
The judge would say,
It's the least you
look,
can do.
you're just doing what a reasonable actor would do, right? They would whip out the legal jargon.
But you must
A
pay him 2
rational
pennies. You got to give him the 2 pennies. If not, straight to jail.
Yeah, and then like, what if you pay him the 2 pennies? 2 million children will get raped and killed. So you say, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, what should the judge
Well, then
do?
you could not pay him the pennies, 2 pennies, and then you would owe him 3 pennies, and then you have to give him 3 pennies.
Yeah, are we having a serious conversation, or are we being silly?
I'm being a little bit silly. But no, I am serious about the legal thing. I do think it should be illegal to steal.
As a heuristic, I think it's good to have that, right? And then like, you know, the judge would have to use discernment to figure out like what's
Arbitration, yeah, will be like most likely he would probably just let it go. I'm just kidding about. I mean, in Ancap land, like the ethic would be like you would owe that guy 2 pennies. But like if you go to a judge, whatever that judge decides, so long as both sides agree to the arbitration, then it's fine.
a very high interest loan.
A what?
Oh, it sounds like a very high interest loan then that you have to pay.
2 pennies?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 100%
technically it's
interest.
double. It's double, but it's 2 pennies. So I don't think it's really that big a deal, personally.
Okay, but we could say, what if to the billion, what if it's a trillionaire, right? So you take like $1 million, which to them that's like not even like on their radar of any significant amount of wealth.
I mean, you still. I mean, it still should be illegal to steal. I mean, I think it should always be illegal to steal. I think it's
justice should like happen.
Yeah,
I mean, like justice would mean that like for example, if someone took something who did some harm to you, like there means you have a just claim to do the same thing to them in the least. So if someone insulted you, I mean, this is not necessarily Ancap theory, but like if someone insulted you, you can say you have the right to insult them back. I mean, that's the equivalent of harm. If someone punched you, you can punch it back. If someone stole $100, you have to give it in the least $100 back, or else it'd be unjust. You don't want to have an proportional like punishment for a crime, because that's like I think by definition unjust, right?
And yeah, like I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, it's okay for you to steal that $1 million, but I mean, I probably wouldn't care if you told me about it. I probably would just like be like whatever. But am I gonna tell you like should it be illegal? I mean, should I be legal for you to take $1 million from someone? No, I don't think so, because that's theirs.
I think more like interesting version of the question would be like, so again, it's the trillionaire's pennies, and you have the right to defend your rights, including your property rights. Would that mean the person has the right, like the trillionaire, to shoot said thief?
If that's what if they needed to, would he have the right? Yes. Do I think he should do that?
Yeah, because technically,
no.
That logic.
Like obviously, like fundamentally, I'm talking about like what should be legal and illegal. Now, there's crazy situations where like you can give me where I would probably be like, okay, well, if you take that penny, it's really not that big a deal, right? But like, I'm not gonna sit here and full out endorse stealing from people, right? Just because of that one situation. I'm just gonna say fundamentally, I just think it's illegal. Should be illegal to steal.
I have 2 questions. One is, what are your thoughts on Sam Cedar's responses to libertarianism, but how do you make roads or whatever? Like, have you ever heard him? And 2, have you ever called into a show?
No, I've never called into a show. And to answer the first question, because the second question was kind of easier, yes or no, than the first one. So when it comes to like roads, there are plenty of like, well, to be an asshole, I could just say, oh well, toll roads. But there are other ways of funding roads. Like you could put like there are people who really, really want like to go from point A to point B, and you could be like, hey, you could pay a certain amount of money to drive every certain amount of miles on my road, and then we'll send you the bill, or you like pay out of your anytime you drive by. kind of like a toll road, or you could have like a public road that is funded through, you know, stores that are on the side of that road that will pay rent to be on that road, and then that money will be used to keep the upkeep of that road. Or you could have like advertisements on like a highway or something, and then people could pay to have advertisements on the road, and then they could use that money to pay for the road. You know, the thing is, like, when you look at like budgets of even government budgets, like when you look at like how much they spend on roads, most of the time it's like not really that much money in comparison to like what the most of what the government is spending on. So when you look at like, well, most of what the government is spending its money on, it's like generally it's like entitlements and shit like that. So yeah. Which I'm against welfare.
I think the roads thing is not that like complex of an issue in the sense that, I mean, for the most part of history, roads actually have been like mostly privately maintained. I think even France currently, I think most of their like highways in the least are privately owned. Like I would say over 75%. And again, early America, mainly toll roads. I think other services potentially could have a better argument for like policing, because some places may like, not afford any policing, and then what happens is it is vigilantism. I think the roads thing's already been like technically somewhat solved historically. People pay for it, and like the major routes like highways connecting places and local cities, the companies or people on the road, they usually pay for its maintenance, like access to their place. So that's already been technically solved. I think that's the reason why people don't really bring up the argument as much with libertarians anymore, because it's kind of like obvious things. But what about public services like plumbing or sewage, which require maybe a more greater deal of coordination? It seems a bit more complicated to have like, well, where does the sewage waste go? If it's not all going to one place, we're having like 3 or 4 competing sewage companies. It seems kind of weird, or stuff like that. Electricity, I don't know I think how private that's been historically. I mean, usually only rich people had it before, but
I mean, there's definitely ways. I mean, there are private sewage companies, there are private electricity companies, there are private, and there are instances
at least
you
currently,
can point to,
like,
like,
historically, they work with government. Like they have special permissions. Like a lot of telecom communication, what people complain about is it's like, even though there's a lot of private companies, there's technically the public like poles or wherever they run the cables through. They have to ask permission for the government, and they work with them to do that, which they use, sadly enough, to actually lobby and keep people out. It's one of the negative aspects of the government in that aspect, where they kind of actually protect monopolyism. But I'm saying he's like currently, and I think historically, some of these were kind of regulated or like government-private partnerships, but I could be incorrect.
Well, the thing is, when you have a status system, you basically make it so that there's going to be like less competition, because they can basically put in laws to make it like much more expensive for competition to come in. So yeah, and like licensing laws, minimum wage laws. Do any of you guys support minimum wage? I hope not.
Yeah, I do.
Well, yeah, we should abolish the minimum wage.
I think that's ridiculous and dumb.
Why? It causes unemployment.
I'm more on the socialist side. So,
well, what do you have to say
workers'
about
rights.
people who would say that it causes unemployment and higher prices for goods and services?
I think the market takes care of that. Like, if there's higher prices, people don't buy them, then it won't sell. So,
well, I mean, people have necessities, right? That they buy.
Wait. I was just gonna say, there's some modern countries. I mean, you have some retorts. I mean, I'm not like an expert at the issue. There's some countries even nowadays, like Sweden and Denmark, I know for pretty solidly, they don't have minimum wage, but their blue collar workers, like working at McDonald's, actually make more than those in America. Like even adjusting between currencies, like to normalize. So it doesn't mean it's necessarily a necessity. No, it was more so to Reductio, because he might need more because he's in this industry.
No, you're 100% right.
yeah, like
with that.
in my ideal world, the workers would have more like right to arbitrate over what wage is fair for them. But I mean, yeah, right now we need safeguards like that. Safeguards keep us in the current system alive.
But what if those safeguards make it?
Minimum wage yet.
What if those safeguards actually hurt the poor more than it helps?
They're not going to, no.
Well, it does because it causes higher prices and it causes unemployment.
I don't think that's what causes higher prices, but I mean, if you have any evidence of it, and
yeah, I could explain it right now. Do you believe that scarcity exists?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're a business owner and I raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, do you think every single business is going to be able to afford to pay every one of its employees $15 an hour?
No.
So if you're a business owner and you can't afford to pay every one of your employees $15 an hour, what are the ways in which you can make up for that loss?
You can offer them a stake or equity instead and say, like, look, this is a startup and you're going to be here and you're going to get rewarded if it works out.
Well, they can't pay them less and then they can't pay them less than the minimum wage and then give them equity in the company. They would then lose more money. So how are they going to make up that money?
If it's not viable as them and they don't have the capital to fund it, then they would have to start a co-op. Do it together.
What is starting a co-op going to do? They're still going to have to pay them $15 an hour. They still don't have the money. So what are they going to do?
No, like if you start a business, you can't pay yourself $15 an hour. Like
no. If you have a minimum wage, it's illegal to pay anyone less than $15 an hour. So if you can't pay every one of your employees $15 an hour,
it's not going to apply to startups.
Huh?
It currently doesn't apply to startups.
No, I'm saying I just gave you an example. If we have a minimum wage, $15 an hour, and you agree that not every single one of their employees are going to be able to pay every one of their employees $15 an hour, right? So what are they going to do?
Wage. They're on contract. They have.
Wait. Listen. You're a business owner. You're unable to pay every one of your employees $15 an hour. What are you going to do?
Offer them a share instead.
A what?
Offer them a share instead. Ask them, hey, look, we can do it this way. You're gonna get equity. You're not gonna be on a wage anymore.
You're gonna pay them $15 an hour plus equity? Where are you gonna get that money?
I don't think you're engaging.
No. It's a very simple question. I can't afford to pay. I'm a business owner. I can't afford to pay every one of my employees $15 an hour. What am I going to do to make up for that loss? There's only two. Okay, so there's only two things that you could do under economics, right? The first thing that you could do is you could raise the prices of your goods and services, which could then lead to lower people buying less of your stuff, which will, it could hurt you even more. Or you could fire people, which then leads to unemployment. So that increases prices, harms poor people because now you have to pay more for goods and services. Unemployment hurts people a lot because now they have less opportunities for jobs. Now they have less jobs that go around. So that's why on raising the minimum wage causes unemployment and causes higher prices.
Doctor, if you can you explain your point a bit more? I mean, it's not just KingSithis. I was a little bit confused too. You're saying at a co-op it can be changed. I think KingSithis is implying that it's essentially universal. Like all industries, all kinds, they can have to pay $15 an hour. Is that what you're arguing? Because I don't think that was what you were arguing, or I just don't understand.
I think you would assuming that
co-ops being different.
I don't know.
I mean, there are some successful co-ops, and they kind of
unless you're gonna say co-ops are exempt from the minimum wage law, then that would be a different argument. But I'm saying that the minimum wage applies to all businesses, which it does. So, when you raise the minimum wage, they have no choice but to either fire people if they don't got the money or to raise their prices to make up for it. Sometimes even both.
I don't think you understand. You're saying, okay, well, I'm saying they're not an employee, right? Like if 3 neck-bearded guys in their basement start a company, right? It's not one guy and then 2 employees. All of them are founders in that, right? And so the one guy doesn't have to pay them both. The other one's $15 an hour. They're all in it together.
Wait, they don't get paid?
Well, he's saying. I mean, I think I know.
They're not making any money, and yet we have minimum wage today, and that's perfectly legal today to start a company.
Wait, but if they do get paid, they would have to get paid
No.
above $15 an hour, right?
If they were an employee, but they're not an employee.
So then they're exempt. So what you're saying is that they're exempt from the minimum wage law.
Yeah, even currently, typically if you're
right
a boss of your own company, you don't have to pay yourself a wage, which a lot of like small companies do when they're getting started. Like, oh, I'm starting a small thing. You don't have to pay yourself. That's perfectly legal. So
why is it okay? Why is it okay for a co-op to pay less than minimum wage, but private businesses you have to pay minimum wage? Why is that okay?
I think what he's saying in a co-op, they're all technically their own bosses / founders, correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
You could do it on. I don't. It's complicating it to say co-op. Right now, a company, 3 founders, they're not employees, so you don't have that.
But why is it okay for them to get paid less than minimum wage?
Because they're all agreeing to start the company together.
But aren't employees agreeing to the wage that is being given to them when they go to the job?
If you're an employee, yeah. If you're an employee.
So I don't see why you should force them to pay more if that's what they agree to.
Because in society we have a standard of living, and if you get paid under a certain wage, you can't live, and you will.
But what about those business? What about those co-op guys? They're getting paid less than minimum wage. So fuck those guys, right?
They're not getting a wage. They're not an employee.
They're getting paid something, right?
You're like.
So then they shouldn't. It doesn't matter if they don't get paid. So co-op workers, it doesn't matter if they don't get paid.
Yeah, if they have ownership, they're getting paid in equity, right?
So what if it's less than minimum wage? So it doesn't matter because they're in a co-op?
Regardless if it's a co-op, it's the same answer. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
so why does it not matter in a co-op? What's so special about a co-op where it's okay to pay people less than minimum wage?
Just forget it.
But a normal business, you have to pay 15 minimum wage. Like why? What's so special about them?
It's like, look, keep the example just to a company today. Right now, 3 founders start it. None of them are employees. They're all founders. They're all owners, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not employees. They're not bound to those guidelines, and you could do that today, right now, and it's legal, and everyone's okay with it.
But everyone's okay with being an employee too. I mean, if they weren't okay with being an employee, they wouldn't work there now, would they? So why are you forcing one company? No, I'm just saying, why are you forcing one company to pay more, but the other one's perfectly okay? Like, what's so special about co-ops where they shouldn't be forced to pay more, but businesses shouldn't?
He said, like, just forget about co-ops for now, because that's not really strongly needed for his current argument. It's just a side thing. It's just saying, let's just assume founders just to be, like, simpler. So he's saying, like,
what's so special about this company that they're allowed to pay people less than the minimum wage, but this other business, it's not okay?
He's saying, like, essentially they're owners and it's equity. The thing that I have a question for Reducto, if you could answer, because I'm like so clear, is, well, in a private company, like there's some companies who have equity, but they're not publicly traded. So how would the valuation of those shares work? And also, how much of the shares needs to be divided? Could like someone say, hey, you're a new guy hopping aboard, we'll give you like essentially a micro percent of a share of equity, which is like inconsequential. Is that like technically allowed? I just wonder, like, if you can explain that into broader scope, if that's okay.
All kinds of different ways that can happen, right? You can have sunset clauses tied to work done or certain deliverables. So if they contribute such and such and such stipulation in a contract, and then they get like a certain equity, or you can increase equity over time. It would widely depend, but I mean, there's lots of ways that companies do it today.
Like, what if they did something like, I mean, essentially kind of trying to game the system where, like, I'm going to give, like, hey, I'm a founder, and here's my other quote-unquote founders, which are just secret employees, where I give you a really small part of equity, a non-voting share maybe, like, essentially minuscule, and I pay you below minimum wage, or whatever. Is that, like, okay, or that seems like a loophole? But, like, because essentially how also these shares are not really evaluated. I just want to know how like your system would handle it, or like what you think is happening now. I mean, again, our current legal system is also really weird, so I'm not gonna expect you to know everything.
I'm just talking about the current system that we're all in.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering if you knew. Well, I'm saying would that be just, or that's fine? Like cause I guess you're right, because no one's doing that.
Well, I want to say one thing ethically. Like, I think fundamentally, like, no person is forcing you to take a job. If you go to an interview and they hey, I'll pay you $16 or $15 or $13 or $10 for your work, you have the choice of taking that job or not taking that job. I think it's weird to come in and be like, no, you gotta, I consent, I don't, and then you come in, you smash in the door and be like, and then you force them not to do it.
Yeah, I think that kind of reasoning doesn't work in that situation where it does when you're starting a company, because you kind of like, you realize you're taking a risk. You might get equity in the future, might not. It might not grow, might not scale, might collapse. And so I think like in that situation where you have equity, you're a founder, or like you have a contract there, that's far different than this person going down the street to the grocery store. Oh, we're only going to pay you $6. No, and you go next door, and then they go next door, and it's okay, we're only going to pay you $4.50. It's like, when you don't set a floor, companies will literally just pay the minimum possible amount, even if it's an unethical amount. And so we just got to decide as a society, for companies like that are hiring employees, what kind of floor do we want to set? What is the living wage, right? And often,
yeah, but Reductio, if we do that, that'll be socialism.
Hold on, but the problem with that is, if that was true, if companies would just pay everyone less, just so they could get away, as least as they can, just like that they could get away with, every company would pay the minimum wage right now. But most companies don't pay the minimum wage. Most companies pay above the minimum wage. Why would they pay above the minimum wage if they can get away with paying less? Like, the reason why is because workers aren't these slaves. They're able to leave. They could go to a different job if it pays better. And because of that, they have no choice but in the market to compete to keep their wages above a certain amount to entice more people to work for them. If not, then, if you have two jobs, as one is $15 an hour and the other one's $10 an hour, and both do require the same amount of work, well, then you're gonna choose the one that pays $15 an hour because you're not a fool. You're gonna want to make more money.
Can I ask Reductio a question?
Well, I have a response to that first.
Well, yeah, let him respond, and then you can go after him if you want.
So, in the case of offering people above minimum wage, there might be other reasons for that. Like, they want to have lower turnover rate. And so they might make an executive decision that it costs such and such to train people. And if we pay them this low, the average turnover rate is very high. If we pay them more, the average turnover rate goes down. So they're going to find that sweet spot where they can justify paying that rate and then not have to like have the cost of training a new person, or they might want to have like a better selection pool, like people who are like more skilled, and so they might want to go for those skills. So like you would have to pay for that.
Wait, hold on, Reductio. If we do this, what's stopping us from going to socialism?
Hold on. Whoa, Joseph. Let him finish what he was saying.
Overall, it's just a business decision, and I think businesses are very smart about how they end up doing that. It's just, for some businesses and for society at large, you still want to have that final guardrail. It's just like that last resort. Like, we're not going to allow anything like under this very, very, very like ridiculously small threshold of minimum wage. And otherwise, they would just do like sweatshops and like pay people pennies, which they do.
All right, Joseph, go. Now you can go. I just wanted you to let him finish. That's all.
Yeah, wouldn't socialism be next? It's a slippery slope.
Do you want to respond to that?
You have to have at least 2 digits in your IQ to be able to engage in a conversation.
Well, how many digits do you have in your IQ, mister?
Oh, damn. That was witty of you. All right, so you at least got 2. So
I just don't think.
All right, can I go now? So
yeah,
fundamentally, like, what do you think about like internships? Should that be a ban? Because that's like somebody paying nothing, but they're gaining valuable experience from the job.
I think a more interesting.
I've heard some very bad stories about internships. So
I think a more interesting one is voluntary work. For example, if I decide to volunteer at like a community center or a company or volunteer anywhere, then technically I'm working for free. I mean, internships, yeah, some of them are really bad, but what about just volunteering work in general? Is that like not good?
I think churches should be exempt.
I mean, currently, volunteer work is allowed. I mean, even for churches or everyone.
Well, I think churches should be allowed to pay below the number.
I don't think you should take away the individual's choice to do things. Like, again, this is going to be the common theme in all these examples, like with the startup, with the founders. If that person is willing to take a deal, right, like volunteering or interning or founding a company and accepting equity instead, it's on that individual. But I don't think that it should be something that a company should be allowed to like force you into, where you're going to take under minimum wage and all of them collectively, oligarchically, are just going to like lower the wage. Like, because look, just look what happens in other countries. I mean, that's why we export our labor. We go to countries that don't have these regulations, don't have minimum wage, and they get paid pennies, right? So we don't want that. We want to have a better society.
Are you okay with some businesses going out of business because your minimum wage, socials, and policy?
I don't think you're being very convincing, Joseph.
Is he okay with some businesses going out of business because of his policy? Notice how he's run away. Probably looking for a hamburger. He looks hungry.
I'm okay with that, but you can talk to this other guy if you want. I don't.
No, let Joseph. Let me take this, okay? Because
yeah, go for it.
So, no, I was saying for him to shut up, and I want to talk to you. So
I gotta eat, so I gotta.
Oh, you're gonna go?
Up anyway.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, then that's fine. I understand that.
I have a nice salad, bro.
But I guess my only thing is just like, I agree with you 100%. I think like if a person agrees to a wage and nobody's forcing them into it, then I think they should be allowed to be paid that wage. But if you put a minimum wage, even if somebody agrees to a lower wage, then it's illegal for them to take it because, or for the boss to give it because there's a minimum wage. Yeah.
I think the minimum wage should be like different depending on your skill level.
I mean, funnily enough, that's kind of true in a sense, at least in America, as far as I know, at least most states. If you actually have a disability of some sort, like you're blind, deaf, even I think mentally disabled to a degree, you can actually be hired below the minimum wage. I know recently because what's that one company, Goodwill? That company in the United States, there was a controversy because people figured out there's one cashier employee who's blind, who was getting paid below the minimum wage. I forgot how much. It was like $3 an hour or something. It wasn't that much. And funnily enough, the current, is it called a CEO of a nonprofit? Whoever's in charge of Goodwill is actually also blind, and they get paid way more. Just because you're a nonprofit doesn't mean you don't make any money. It just means you can't have any extra profit. You have to reinvest it all.
Won't tariffs fix that? Won't tariffs fix that?
No, I'm saying that's what's like in America currently. Currently, if you have a disability, at least in most states, I think it's federal.
Well, because it's out there. They're outsourcing their labor to China.
China.
It doesn't relate to my point, but I'm just saying, yeah. But
when all the jobs come back, won't that be fixed?
I'm not sure what you mean when the jobs come back.
Well, because the jobs left.
The jobs are still here. We still have jobs. I have a job.
No, they left. All the good jobs they left to China.
Yeah, I don't think so. They still have a
Wait,
lot of good jobs.
Wait,
here.
what's your job? What's your job?
I'm a forklift operator.
You put the fucking boxes on the shelf, don't you?
No, I put the boxes into the truck. And then
hey, Joseph, you're a neoliberal. What does that mean? You're trolling. He's a funny guy. What's the guy? Not you. This is Joseph.
He's funny. He has a funny accent.
I think he's playing. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I think so too.
He seems too funny.
Yeah.
Got the comedic timing. Reductio, he's all serious. He has a business suit on. I trust that guy. Yeah, what's up, G-Sab?
What's up?
Yo, what's good, brother?
You say I'm poor.
No, I said, what's good, brother? How you doing? Got no idea if you're poor or not, man.
Be good. Time is
Oh, the escape? Okay, got you. I failed that quest. Ugh. I'm kind of killing time because I'm playing World of Warcraft and I'm playing on this new awesome server.
What grade are you in?
I'm graduated. I'm an adult.
Now, do you go to college?
No.
No, fuck college.
I want to have a
I went to
job.
college. Yes, fuck college. Yeah. It wasn't that great.
F the state.
I just remember like my...
Do you put any stock in the possibility that if you went to college, you'd think different?
I went to college. I didn't choose my opinion, so... But me and KingSithis, you can ask him directly. Sorry, I didn't mean to answer.
Probably.
I do find that
you're always
people that
on
go
here
to
arguing about
college
socialism,
typically
aren't you?
aren't as impulsive.
I argue against socialism.
You're a socialist.
I argue
Socialism.
against socialism.
And
Against.
how come you're against the how come you're against the minimum wage?
I'm against the minimum wage because I support free trade.
That's socialism.
Having a minimum wage is socialism. Being against it is being anti-socialism.
So you're saying America is a socialist country because they have minimum wage?
No, we're
I mean, we had
mixed.
a
I would say we're a
socialist-
mixed market.
Wait, a socialist for president for 4 years?
We're a mixed market. No country is purely socialism or purely capitalism. It's sort of a mix between the two.
Yeah, it really depends where you're on the spectrum.
Are you against rent stabilization?
Probably, I would
what's
assume
that?
so, because the state would have to step in and control rent prices.
Yeah, I don't support the state coming in and controlling rent prices now.
But my cousin, he got a place that's really nice with the rent stabilization.
Well, that's good for him, but it comes at the cost of others.
How so?
Because those things, when you force people to pay less for something, that business that is selling or renting has to make up that money, and how they make it up that
fuck
money.
'em. Fuck that business. Power to the people. That's what democracy is about. Power to the people.
And whenever they make that, they basically, whenever they do that, they basically have to raise the prices on other people.
You would evict my cousin.
Yes.
You're a monster.
I would, if I had a
Socialist
button,
and a monster.
If I had a button that says evict your cousin, I would smack that button.
Because you like corporations and you hate people because you hate democracy.
Yes, I hate democracy.
I bet you're a vegan too.
No, I love meat.
Can you name the trait?
The what? You guys play World of Warcraft or?
I run GNU/Linux. I'm on Linux. I don't know if I can run it on there. I may be able to run it through like Wine or something.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
like
you
one of the
could.
issues being Linux. Yeah.
Should
Well,
try
are you
it.
supporting
Turtle
Toadpal
WoW
for
is free.
Windows?
Huh?
The guy, what Linux you use?
Bro, I'm like a normie. I run Ubuntu. I used to run Manjaro though. That's like Arch based.
I bet
But
you
now I run Ubuntu at the
I
moment.
bet you sudo app to get that pussy.
Dude, you're the funniest guy ever, to be honest. I love Joseph.
Yeah, I love this guy.
Yeah, I always get made fun of. Like, I'm like talking about Linux. Like, what do you run Ubuntu? And like, it's me. I prefer Arch and rolling distros, but I don't know. my Windows thing got corrupted because I had to use Windows for school. It's kind of funny because I think my university had like what's it called? We're Red Hat Linux certified or something. Get a certification, but like all the courses in CS, they had to be like requiring like applications that don't work on like Linux. It has kind of pissed me off. So I used like Windows for the longest time. Then when Windows got corrupted, then I just had a Ubuntu disk on hand, so I just used that. That was annoying as shit.
World of Warcraft. I am a master debater.
Oh, you seem pretty dumb to me.
No, you.
Joseph has an aura. He's aura farming. I've been aura farming this whole conversation, just like Reductio.
Yeah, I take it absurdum.
He's got that. Joseph, do you stand up? I'm just wondering. I don't know if we're still in character, but yeah, you're really good. That's all I was to tell you. I like the character you put on. You're really good at that, to be honest. Really witty.
So you do stand up?
No, I went to a comedy club a couple times in my college town. I kind of liked it. I don't know if I have like the social gusto, like they go across my anxiety to do it. But like, a lot of them weren't funny, to be honest. You had to be drunk. At least in the college town. People at college are actually dumber than you think.
You got anxiety?
Yeah, I got the anxiety. Need that.
You a cripple? You a crip?
Funny enough, I mean, kinda. I was technically diagnosed with like generalized anxiety disorder, which means I'm anxious all the time, even though I shouldn't. Like in a situation, you shouldn't be anxious.
You pop them
Which
Xannies?
is, like, annoying.
You're on that Xanax.
Yeah. That's what I was. I like, yeah. The issue is I've been off my insurance for a bit. Finding a job after college because no one wants to hire me because I'm young and hip and cool. But yeah, that's why I need that socialism.
You should have gone. Should have gone to trade school. Trade school is way better.
I mean, to be honest, it kind of is. I would tell people, unless you really need the degree, like maybe like being a chemist. I think you need a degree for chemistry and like also medical. Do it, but most of the time you don't.
We have too many doctors, not enough plumbers.
Yeah, and welders.
We need to get medical licensing laws. That's why.
Yeah,
I think we need more licensure, but more plumbers too.
Yeah, I would agree.
We need to abolish all licenses.
Recently, like ever needed a hire.
I think medical licensure is evidence based, but insofar as I think we just need more plumbers.
Yeah, we struggle to get them. I mean, like, have you ever, like, at least in my area, asking for a plumber or a technician? Like, again, like a skilled worker, it takes months sometimes. Like, look at this book, because we don't have enough. So, I think we definitely need to encourage more people to do that.
I wish they taught that. I think they should teach that instead of, like, algebra in the school. High school. There should be a unit on plumbing.
I mean, I didn't think schools used to have like trades in there. I know these have like woodworking. I want to say plumbing, but I've seen like other kind of more trades offered like schools earlier. At least that's what my parents told me. Like,
No, it should be mandatory. It should be mandatory. You shouldn't be able to graduate if you can't unclog a toilet.
I wonder if it would be better as a society if everyone knew how to unclog their own toilet.
That's what I'm saying. You know, we used to require woodworking, and then we got rid of that.
Now we got like we got music classes now.
I just woke music class.
Damn straight. I didn't even learn how to play the instruments. Yo, Connor, what's up? And Agu. Yeah, I remember you were from the debate earlier. I looked out that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the bad faith Christian nationalist.
I caught the end of it, and the guy was telling me that like you were making better arguments in the beginning, and it's at the end like I'm gonna be both sides. Again, I don't really know.
Okay.
Oh, you don't believe in God?
Can you leave? Oh.
Fucking loser.
I kicked him.
Oh dang.
Because I don't like him.
You a bit of a soy boy.
Yes. I'm the soyest boy that you'll ever see.
Brother, why can't you spell minimum correct? Look at your title.
King.
Are you stupid?
KingSithis, are you?
You can't
You're making
spell.
vegan arguments earlier. Are you a vegan or not?
No, I'm not a vegan. I said I'm the opposite. I don't think any animals have rights.
have an account for that?
I just told you what I believe.
Wait, can you name the trait?
The what?
Yeah, like,
Can you name
is
the
it
trait?
the reason that the animals can't go to court and plead their case?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
And then what's your response when a vegan typically says, okay, a disabled person can't go to court and make their case?
Well, the thing is, humans have the capacity to do so, whereas no animals have it. This is something species-wide.
Okay, let's say we took a disabled person. Wait, it's a species normality trait as well?
Like,
okay, let's say
human species are a sentient one, so therefore, just because you're disabled, doesn't mean that you're no longer a self-owner. And also, somebody else could represent you too. But
someone could represent a pig.
Well, no, because they're not a self-owner.
What does that mean?
They don't own themselves.
Like they're not sentient?
No.
If you're sentient, are you a self-owner?
Yeah.
So you don't think animals are sentient?
Not really. Like to the degree that they can argue their case in a court. If like someone violated their rights or they violated your rights, then no.
You think a 1-year-old is sentient?
It will be.
Let's say
Again,
that
this is a
they're, like,
species-wide thing.
Let's just say that they have terminal cancer.
Again, this is like a what you call it, a species-wide thing.
Well, because you're telling me if we had an animal that could go to court, it would have rights.
I mean, if it could.
Wait, have you seen the way? Is your ideology just the Bay movie? Is that where you got it from?
Yes.
So if we get a talking bee, then it would have rights.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is if you like had a universe where there was only one human, let's just say we like airdropped a disabled person into that universe, and they're the only one. Is it okay to molest them
I'm not
now?
sure why that would change what I think.
Because now it's like species wide, like in this possible world, there's only one human, and it's the disabled person. It's species wide now will be applicable to them. They're the only representation of their species in this possible
Well, I
world.
mean, if you left a disabled person in space and they're the last person on Earth, then humanity's pretty much dead. So what happens to him doesn't matter.
I'm just
So
saying.
if you had a colony of like 30 different disciples,
If you want, listen, bro, I'm not trying to go like so deep into this. If you want, I can send you a YouTube video that explains
I
it.
think you're mentally shallow.
So, is it okay to molest the disabled person in that possible world or not?
No, because they're a self-owner.
They're
Again,
not.
this is a
It's
species-wide thing.
species-wide.
I've explained this already to you. I don't know why you just don't get it.
In a possible world where there's only one person and they're disabled, it's
Are they a
species-wide that-
human?
Yeah, all humans are disabled in this possible world.
Are humans? Are they a human?
Yeah.
Okay. Humans are sentient, right?
Are animals sentient? Like,
No,
yeah, humans
they're
are
not.
sentient. Okay, do you have an argument for that?
So, I'm
Hey,
here,
could I jump
therefore
in?
I am. I
Could I
can,
jump
take,
in?
I can explain to you my ideology.
Wait, but
what-
well,
for
hold
right,
on,
from
hold
wrong.
on.
An animal cannot do that.
Wait, a pig is, therefore
if
it
you could
is.
show me, if you could show me a pig that is able to argue its case in court, then I would definitely change my mind. Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, so you're
Okay,
saying
let's
children?
Let's say that you had Anne Frank, or someone blind.
Oh my
mute.
god! Like you're gonna
Yeah.
ask me the same type
Wait,
of
wait,
question
wait,
as if
hold
it's
on.
gonna change my perspective on anything.
How are we gonna
Is
determine?
the person a human being?
sentient-
Is the person a human being?
Say we don't know if Anne
Is the
Frank
person is a human? Anne Frank is not a human?
Yeah, let's just say we don't know.
Okay.
How do you determine?
Alright,
if Anne
I'm
Frank
not
is
gonna talk
sentient?
to you if you're gonna be bad faith, brother. No, respectfully.
Well, you're
Well, I
bad
mean, like,
faith though, King
I don't
Sith.
know what- I was in bad faith.
Anne Frank absolutely is a human. If you can't tell me whether or not she's a human, then you have some issues.
Right, but what if it were like a
Like, let's
society of
I guess-
Anne Franks? Like, what if it was Anne Frankistan?
So if you do know that she is, then you're asking me a really dumb question, and it's probably in really bad faith. Like,
Wait, do you
not
know
worth
what a
talking to you, or you're
hypothetical
just
is,
not
or
really
why
that
they put
smart,
them in
and
an
it's
IQ
really
test?
not
Do you
worth
absolute
engaging.
dumbass?
So I mean, like, think about. Okay, so let's say you don't come into this with any priors, and you don't know.
Oh my God!
whether
You're
it's-
gonna ask me the similar question as if it's gonna change
only going off
anything.
neurobiology.
Is the person in the is the person in the hypothetical human?
Let's say you don't have a microscope.
Is the
to check.
person in the hypothetical a human?
Do they
Wait,
look
what
like
if
a
you
human?
are
Is the
Anne
person
Frank and you
is the
can't
person
check?
in the hypothetical a human?
It's not specified.
It's a
Okay,
pig.
so if it's a human, yes, it has rights. If it's not, then no. Very easy.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Now
What's
the
your
next
process?
20 examples you're gonna give me, I'm gonna give you the same answer.
No, but King, what if you are Anne Frank and you can't figure out if it's a pig or not?
I'm gonna. Oh yeah, you're making my brain hurt with these dumb questions.
Right.
Okay, I have a smart question now. So, how would we determine if animals are sentient or not, given that they can't speak our language?
I don't know. That's something you would have to ask a zoologist.
We don't have a criteria for determining whether they have moral value or not, because it seems very important to answer this question. if you're gonna
Whether
deny
or not
them.
animals are sentient beings, I don't know. Ask a zoologist.
I didn't ask if they're sentient human beings. I just meant like sentient. Like,
Are they
have an
sentient? I
executive
don't know.
control.
Ask a zoologist.
They're gonna say yes.
No,
They're gonna have a
not.
different position than you.
Okay. That's
They're not
what you
gonna agree
believe.
with you.
That's what you believe.
Wait, but hypothetically, if they said yes, then you change your mind. Did you become a vegan today?
Yep.
Like you're appealing to an expert, which is really.
Wait, hold on.
terrible.
Liquid
If
is
you
a
think
zoologist.
if you think that zoologists are going to tell you that animals are sentient and are able to understand right from wrong and can represent themselves in court, if we had the technology to communicate with them, then that's your belief, and I just would disagree with you on that.
3 goalpost moves in that sentence. That was impressive.
Wait, can I ask you a question, Reductio?
Sentience is different than being competent enough to represent yourself in court. Like a 3-year-old is sentient but can't represent.
Is a
themselves
3-year-old a
in
human?
court. Okay, you're
All
doing
right,
a
thank
really
you.
terrible job.
All right, thanks.
Why are you like smarter on other topics, but as soon as veganism is mentioned,
It's like
kind of.
it's not a very hard thing to understand. I've given you a pretty clear basis for my reality. If you can't understand it, I can send you some YouTube videos. Maybe that.
Yeah, but you haven't justified it. You haven't justified it. You said if it's a human.
Just because
it counts, but you
I've
haven't given a
justified
reason.
it plenty of times. If you guys are, incapable of understanding.
Wait,
it
how
after
come
I've
no one in the
justified
call
it,
understands what you're saying? Is that
I don't
you
know.
or the
Maybe you
call?
guys aren't listening. You guys are having
Maybe
a
it's
hard
fucking you.
time. I don't know.
Everyone else
if you guys
is
want, I
tracking
can
except
send you
you.
guys some, things you can listen to and understand.
How
to
about you
get it.
screen share your video right now? We watch it together.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll send it to you, and you can watch it in your own time. I
You
don't
screen
really have
share it
time.
right now. No, it's your video. It's your evidence. You play it.
I can send it to you if you want.
No, you screen share it. You said it's your evidence.
I don't have time for that.
So you don't have an argument or a video. You got neither.
Yeah, I don't. I'm screwed. You won.
All right, become vegan, brother.
Yep. Now I'm vegan, and you won the debate.
You're gonna eat a salad.
I think
tonight.
the problem is I'm gonna watch the video and have critiques of the video and come back to you, and then what are you gonna point to then? Zoologist or another video?
If you could if you could point me to a zoologist that'll say, hey, this animal is capable of going to court and representing himself if they've violated another person's rights and be able to account for the actions that they did. So long as we have this technology, then yeah, I would agree with you. But,
okay, but
I don't know of any zoologist that would say that. Call me
Wait, why does
crazy.
the fact that your species can
defines
represent itself in
sentience
court
as
matter?
being able to go to court.
Yeah, but why does the species normality?
Because
thing
an
even matter?
animal cannot be held responsible for its actions, whereas a human can. So that's why
You're just repeating your conclusion. You're not giving an argument.
That's why you treat animals differently than human beings.
No, why does the average of all humans matter when we're determining if a 2-year-old is valuable or not? Like, why can't we just kill a 2-year-old?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I have no idea.
See, this is the unvegan mind. They just don't think clearly because they got too many of those proteins and microsomes in their brain.
You know what, bro? You're right. I'm becoming vegan. I'm never eating a meat again.
You're going to have a salad tonight.
Yep. All right, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. So I had fun talking to you guys. Hope you guys have a good night. All right.
Have a good
Better
night.
enjoy that salad.
Do you want me to? How do I hand over the group to somebody else?
Don't do it to me. Do it to Joseph. I don't know. I don't want it.
You cannot claim your temporary voice channel. I don't know.
Joseph,
how to
you
do it.
exhausted this guy. Like yes, you said 3 things.
You know
Joseph,
they put me on the.
Okay, got you.
They put me above Destiny on that tier list, didn't they?
Look, I'm gonna give it to Joseph right here. All right, so now you're the owner now of the room. So you only is connected. Wait, did I not give it to the right person?
Look at it.
Let me try again.
I feel like room ownership isn't very libertarian.
Whatever. You're not libertarian. Oh, tell me what libertarian is.
By the way, I'm gonna use unvegan all the time now. It's the best term ever. It's like when Christians say unbeliever. You're an unbeliever. You're unvegan.
All right, now you're the owner now. You are the official owner. Have a good night, guys.